All right, we need everybody to get in their seats. It's time to start. I brought Chief Fennessy here as my heavy. He's going to make sure the uniformed personnel. Yeah. Chief, go ahead. Come on, tell them.
All right, everybody grab a seat. Grab a seat. It's time to start. Let's go.
That's command presence right there. And hey, just one quick announcement. Today is Joe Jordan's birthday, just so you know. So, happy birthday, Joe. Yeah, happy birthday, Joe.
For 1 second, y'all take over. I'm going to have to get a step. Time? Time check?
How much do you want?
No. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It is 1 o'clock Eastern, and we are reassembling for the 2024 U.S. Fire Administrators Summit here in Emmitsburg, Maryland, at our home of our National Fire Academy. And I want to just say welcome back to those who are joining us virtually. We're glad that you're able to join us. We have several hundred in the room here in person, and so we invite you next year to join us in person, because many who've watched virtually for a couple of years are very excited to be here in person. It's a different dynamic. Do you agree in the room? Okay. Very good. Well, we're glad to be back with you. And we have certainly a full afternoon ahead. Over the next few hours, you're going to hear from some of our top researchers, our subject matter experts across the nation. But first, I want to share some insights from the firefighters who responded, and many who are still working in the states affected by Hurricane Helene. Over the past 6 days, if we can roll the photos, please. Thank you. Over the past 6 days, I was deployed by President Biden and FEMA Administrator Criswell to check on the firefighters and other first responders to the hurricane that slammed the southeast. The USFA team began in Tennessee, in Johnson City and Kingsport, EOC, and then surveyed the damage and heard stories from the boots on the ground in Irwin, Tennessee. We then traveled to West North Carolina, where the devastation is beyond imagination. We had the opportunity to talk with local firefighters and USAR teams, many from your departments. The incident management teams also there that we met along the way. We experienced the kindness of church leaders who opened their doors to house our colleagues while they were there to work. The churches fed them. They brought in showers, portable laundry facilities. They even dug wells on their own property because there was no water. And so witnessing this throughout the time, we met the firefighters who responded and rescued many from the rushing waters in those early hours. And then we also met those who had to work to recover many that they had lost to the power of nature, many of them rescuing their own family members and recovering their own family members. We then traveled to South Carolina and Georgia to check on the firefighters there as well and look at survey the destruction and try to understand just how a hurricane out of the Gulf can travel so far north into the mountains and create such devastation. So as we gather here today, the National Hurricane Center is warning yet again of Hurricane Milton. The impact is going to cause risk of life. It's a life-threatening storm surge and damaging winds for portions of the west coast of Florida. So once again, the Tampa, the St. Petersburg, Clearwater, Sarasota, all of those areas that have been impacted already have another storm coming. So beginning early tomorrow morning, there's increasing concerns for coastal flooding for Southeast Carolina and Georgia coast as well throughout Thursday. So our fire and law enforcement colleagues have issued evacuation orders, and we are hopeful that individuals in the path are listening and evacuate immediately. If you are in the path, as you're watching even now, or have friends or family in Milton's path, our thoughts are with you, and please leave now. In addition to preparing for Hurricane Milton, it's important to note that FEMA officials and our USAR and local firefighters are still actively supporting the response and recovery from Hurricane Helene, and will not divert personnel or resources from those ongoing responses. Now to our summit. The topics we're going to be covering this afternoon include structure fire impact, equity, and resilience, science to the station, climate-driven data and technology, and the USFA Wildfire Evacuation Project. I'm excited for you to hear all of these panels. Before we get to our first panel, though, I want you to know that we have a very special guest with us today. I want to introduce you to a young lady, a 13-year-old innovator from San Jose, California, who has been recognized as the Time Magazine Kid of the Year to honor her work in smoke detection and fire detection systems. Shania Gill has a creation that uses thermal imaging technology to identify unattended heat sources with the potential for significantly improving safety compared to our traditional smoke detectors. Shania, will you please join me on stage? This is how we celebrate innovation at such a young age. 13 years old. I don't really know what you were doing at 13, but I bet it wasn't this. So we are really grateful to have Shania with us. Since my notes have now gotten all messed up, I'm going to move now to introduce Victor Stagnero. Victor, I can't say enough about Victor and the NFFF team, our National Fallen Firefighter Foundation team, because without them, this summit would not be fulfilled. And so all of the work that they do behind the scenes with the USFA team, I'm just really, really grateful. So Victor, thank you for your partnership, and if you would please take the mic.
Good afternoon. Somewhere I've got notes. I'll just wing it. Dr. Burrell, thank you for your service. Thank you for continued efforts. The work that we're doing here is directly impacting and supporting the firefighters that are on the ground today throughout the country, and we can't thank you enough for your tireless efforts. The NFF's core mission is to honor the fallen firefighters who die in the line of duty, support their colleagues, and this remains at the heart of everything we do. We also work with fire departments across the country to prevent future loss. Because of all of this in the fire service, we agree we want fewer names to be added to the National Memorial and fewer families to serve. This summit continues the 50-year legacy of the U.S. Fire Administration working toward a fire-safe America. Today, we bring our most pressing issues, and we have brought our most pressing issues, to speak with one voice, to reduce the loss to our families, to the fire service, and the communities across the country. And as evidenced by the devastating events and relief efforts currently playing out in the parts of our nation, it's more apparent than ever that none of us can do this work alone. I'd like to take a moment and thank many of our partners who are allowing us to make this day possible. Our pinnacle partner, the National Fire Protection Association, our premier partners, the National Fire Sprinkler Association, and the Underwriters Laboratory Fire Safety Research Institute. Our leading partners, Milliken and the National Association of State Fire Marshals, and our supporting sponsors, the Center for Public Safety Excellence, ESRI, Facets Consulting, the International Association of Fire Chiefs, and the International Code Council. Please give them a round of applause and thank them for their support. Dr. Morrill mentioned the collaboration between the National Fallen Firefighters Foundation and the United States Fire Administration, and I can't thank her and the teams enough for making this day possible. I was talking to somebody earlier, and I wanted to call out Sean Carroll, who's done a lot of the heavy lifting here for us. I said, Sean has been what a fantastic effort he's put forth. He said, I could have told you that 5 years ago. So thank you, Sean, and thank you for the entire staff for all that you've done. A few housekeeping items. If you've not already done so, please mute your devices. We ask that you not record any of the sessions, but we are recording them, and we will share them after the summit. We also ask that you avoid any flash photography, and to the extent possible, please remain in your seats. Are we bringing up Dr. D'Alessandro? Okay. So, it's my distinct pleasure to bring up the first panel, which I do not have in my notes, so I apologize that I don't have them prepared. So please welcome our first panel for the Science to Station. Thank you very much. And I know it's Danielle who is facilitating. Thank you, Danielle.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I'll quickly introduce myself. My name is Danielle Antonellis. I'm a fire safety engineer and the founder and executive director of Kindling. We are a U.S. and South African-based nonprofit dedicated to making fire safety accessible to everyone, and so I'm really having the honor today to have this conversation with you. Today's first session is a State of Science session on structure, fire, impact, equity, and resilience. My job is to set the scene for these folks to really have the important conversation today around critical structure fire challenges facing our country. First, let's reflect on the physical environment. We have modern materials and construction methods contributing to faster and more dangerous fires. Homes today are filled with synthetic materials that burn hotter and faster. Lightweight construction, though cost-effective, collapses more quickly, giving fire services less time to respond. Challenges with EV power stations and lithium-ion batteries complicates the situation in our structure fires. And we can't ignore climate change, which is amplifying fire risks across the country. Hotter temperatures, longer droughts, are creating the conditions with other extreme issues to create conditions for larger and more destructive fires. These are not just problems for rural or wildfire-prone areas, though. We have urban centers that are also becoming more vulnerable as aging populations and aging infrastructure collides with rising temperatures. We've heard of a lot of these issues this morning. Moreover, as we push for sustainable design and green technologies, we need to be mindful of the unintended consequences if we're not properly integrating these into fire-safe designs. These factors, among others, are contributing to a growing crisis. the risk of dying in a house fire in the United States is increasing. This is not just a statistic, it's a tragedy that disproportionately affects the most vulnerable among us. People living in poverty, the elderly, children, and people with disabilities are bearing the burden of this invisible U.S. fire problem. Poverty and housing insecurity are major drivers of the problem. Communities living in older, substandard, or overcrowded homes are at greater risk of fire, as well as people experiencing homelessness, especially those living in encampments, vacant buildings, and makeshift shelters. These communities are not just more likely to experience fires, but they also face greater challenges recovering from them, as they often lack access to the financial and social support systems needed to get back on their feet. Social equity is at the heart of this problem and this conversation. Fire disproportionately affects certain racial and ethnic groups, not because of behavior, but because of structural inequalities. Communities of color are more likely to live in housing that is unsafe and in neighborhoods that lack fire safety resources. These disparities are deeply entrenched and require targeted culturally and linguistically appropriate solutions to ensure that all communities, regardless of income, race, or background, have access to fire safety. And resilience is rooted in the strength and preparedness of our communities, but it can't be imposed by outside authorities. It thrives through community engagement, awareness, and active participation. Ultimately, it's about creating equitable access to fire safety for all. Communities must understand their risks, have access to the right tools and knowledge, and work together to build safer, more resilient environments. By shifting the narrative, we can help people recognize their role in community risk reduction. While communities must be empowered to take preventative actions and know the resources available to them, we can't stop there. We must also address the systemic inequalities that put certain populations at greater risk in the first place. Housing must be both affordable and safe. And fire safety resources like smoke alarms and fire-resistant materials must be accessible to everyone, not just those who can afford them. Fire services are called upon to respond on people's worst days, but it is our collective responsibility to prevent those worst days from ever happening in the first place. Everyone, communities, governments, fire services, and more have a role to play to embed fire safety equity into the fabric of building regulatory systems, housing policies, urban development, community planning, public health, social services, and more. Thank you, and I look forward to today's discussion. It's my honor to introduce our first presenter, Dr. Dan Majkowski. He is a Senior Director at the Fire Safety Research Institute, which is part of the UL Fire Safety Research Institutes. And he'll be speaking about the FSRI fire behavior and expectations for ongoing impacts. Stage is yours, Dan.
Fire behavior and future expectations. What researchers have found over the years are that the fuels that we use in our homes have an increased potential for a higher heat release rate. In addition to that, they also have the potential for faster fire growth, generating more smoke, more toxic gas, all the way around bad actors, if you will. As we move from natural fabrics and natural materials to synthetics, things that are synthesized from petroleum products, this brought a greater risk and potential hazard into our homes. If you're interested in seeing the video, please go to the QR code there. The bottom line is what we see time and time again is that putting a small flame to an upholstered piece of furniture, whether it's a upholstered chair or a synthetic sofa, can drive a typical residential room with an open door to flash over in less than 5 minutes. In some cases, maybe less than 3 minutes. While when we look at what the legacy fire, if you will, where we had solid pieces of wood making up our furniture, cotton, steel springs, things of that nature, it may take 20 minutes or 30 minutes or 40 minutes. So the timeline has been greatly accelerated for our first responders. In addition, we've changed the materials that we use to develop our homes and other buildings, multiple family dwellings, warehouses, strip malls. We've gone to a lightweight type of engineered material. It could be lumber, it could be lightweight steel. If these are allowed by code to be installed unprotected, Once they're engaged with the fire and they start to heat or burn, you can see on the chart here, just for the wooden eye joist shown in the picture compared to a solid wood joist, that they can fail again in less than 5 minutes after being impacted by the fire. And they fail in a different way than the solid wood joist would fail, basically potentially resulting in a wall-to-wall collapse. So if there are 2 or 3 firefighters on that floor at the time and the structural integrity is gone because they arrived 4 minutes after the fire, it took them 30 seconds to get ready, they move into the house, force the door, and hey, we're already beyond the time that joist could hold them up. The fire ground is changing. I know we're talking mainly about structures, but we've got to take a bigger view. The impacts of fuel load, the impacts of weather, the impacts of size and scale are changing what we're responding to. Going across the top in Los Angeles, you see that inferno. What is that? Is that a warehouse? Is that a loading dock? What is that? No, that is under the I-10 highway. What? Somewhere along the line, somebody thought it would be a good use of space to rent out beneath the I-10 highway as storage. Did they put in fire sprinklers? Did they put in any sort of fire barriers or fire blocks between these chain link fence lots that they were renting out, where people are storing pallets, propane tanks? They're basically using them as warehouses, open air warehouses. So note to the firefighters, even though that fire is outside, do not park your truck under the highway. Who would have thought? They didn't teach that in driver's school. Maui, as we go across the top, impacted by high winds. We've had that in the continental U.S. as well, in Colorado and many other smaller events. Looking down the middle there, we have a large warehouse that's on fire. Looking below that is the weather radar. The toxic cloud from that warehouse was extending 5 miles downwind. Have we been addressing that? Are we ready to address that? In the lower left, we have an informal settlement, again, wind-driven. How do we care for that? And you may say, well, that doesn't happen in the United States. Don't be so sure. Look at some of the informal settlements in our cities. We go up to the upper right, old structures in Baltimore, the state we're in. What happens to old structures? People work on them. They add foam plastic as extra insulation on the outside of them. They add porches. They add wood decks. They may have a building permit to do so. They may not. But what we see here is that one building caught fire, and basically by the time that the Baltimore City Fire Department arrived, in under 5 minutes, they've got 4 units involved. Is that a conflagration? Maybe not. Maybe doesn't meet the definition, but that's certainly a lot more fire than they should have expected to see. Baltimore, again, a few weeks ago, had an old warehouse burn. What are the resources that are needed to handle a fire when it gets to that size? It outstrips most fire departments in what they can do. So we thought fire growth was fast before, and now we have lithium-ion batteries. So as we look at this image, at the left, we have the scooter that is, I'm looking the right way, right? Yeah, left, all right. 12 seconds after the first discernible smoke is coming out of that scooter. The first thing that a homeowner, if they were awake and watching it, would notice. Notice that the smoke is not all that hot. You can see the smoke alarm above it at the ceiling has not been impacted by that smoke just yet. In another second, the cloud of smoke grows even further. What's in that smoke? Well, depending on the chemistry of the lithium-ion battery, it could be 30% hydrogen. It could be up to almost 50% hydrogen. Remember the Hindenburg. What else is in that? other unburned hydrocarbons, carbon monoxide, and carbon dioxide. A second later, that gas cloud explodes, violently spreading heat and flame throughout that room. And in many cases, it might displace a wall with the pressure, it may blow out window glass, and it could readily turn that room into a post-flashover fire condition within 30 to 60 seconds of the first smoke showing. So if you want to see full videos of those tests or read any of the reports, please, there's the QR code for you there. Good news, the impact of residential sprinklers. So we recently ran a series of tests, and basically within 2 to 3 seconds of that ball of gas explosion, the residential sprinkler is activated. The residential sprinkler cannot stop the thermal runaway that has started and the jet flames impinging on the ceiling, but what it can do is limit the fire growth to that item of origin, prevent flashover, and in this case, with a scenario with a closed door, for all intents and purposes, protect anybody else in that apartment, that house, that building. Needless to say, if you're intimate with the fire, you're likely to be injured or worse. But that goes without saying for any other fuel as well. So we really wanted to give it a test. One room, one sprinkler, So we put it in a 1,400 square foot house. And it turns out that we have 4 sprinklers exposed to the fire condition. One in the living room, and this is an open design home, so we have one in the living room, one in the kitchen where the photo's being taken from, and 2 down the hallway. As you might know, an NFPA 13D sprinkler system is only designed to flow 2 sprinklers. So we have a skid-mounted unit that a homeowner could buy to install in their home. The scooter is overcharged. It goes into thermal runaway. You see the evidence of the jet flames hitting the ceiling. The rapid growth of the fire activates all 4 sprinklers. You want to see that guy at the end of the table sweat? Boy, let me tell you. With a flow rate of about 9 gallons per minute out of the sprinkler in the living room, it contained that fire, prevented flashover. We have evidence on the sofa where hot battery cells rejected and burned into the seats, and yet there was enough water on that to prevent the fire from growing. Again, coloring out of the lines here. For the fire service, it's critically important for them, if they learn fire dynamics, not just to think about it in homes. If they learn about fire dynamics and rapid fire growth, don't just think about flashover or maybe a backdraft. In today's world, there's enough things out there that are so energetic, you've got to expect and plan for an explosion. Whether it's a battery energy storage system, whether it's a tractor trailer on fire and you're concerned about the road and the roadway hazard. In the last 18 months, in each of these incidents that I'm showing you here, a large tire exploding, hydraulic cells or CNG tanks going off, firefighters have been injured or killed in these scenarios. So keep in mind, whenever there's a fire, you've got to think about the heat transfer. High pressure goes to low pressure. You got to keep in mind that large tires, while they are pressure vessels, they are not rated by the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. And not only are they a pressure vessel, they're combustible material. As they heat, the pressure grows, and at the same time that they're heating, they're pyrolyzing, they're generating fuel, and the wall of that pressure vessel is getting thinner. Similar thing with tractor trailers. Confined space, very large. It's really important to keep that in mind. High energy materials, faster fire growth, and a diverse fire ground mean a couple of things. It means more, but my time's running out. Less time for fire response. Therefore, more fixed protection systems are needed. We need the codes. We need the requirements. We have the research data to support it. They're needed to make it so it's a manageable incident by the fire service. Less time to make decisions on the fire ground. We need more education, more understanding of human behavior to improve decision making. Evolving hazards including stored energy, changing materials, increased size and shape of fire spread. Therefore, we need to continue education. If you're on the fire ground and you haven't had a class in recent understanding of the hazard of lithium-ion batteries or flow paths or any of these things, it's imperative that the states, the local fire departments are providing and requiring continuing education for everyone on the fire ground in order for them to maintain the hazard awareness and improve their decision making. Thank you. I encourage you to go to our website and look at all the research that we are doing. With that, it is my honor. I would like to welcome Adam Teal, Managing Director with the City of Philadelphia, to continue the conversation of fire impact in the city and who gets hurt.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to Dr. Mormero and all of our guests this morning for a wonderful morning, and thanks to all of you and Chief Lieb for helping us get through that Chiefs talk. I learned a lot, as I always do, and we're looking forward to doing it again, maybe with, I told Frank we need a third stooge if we're going to do the Three Stooges act for that long in the future. Shania, we're hiring, so I know it's a little soon, but I want to make sure you have my card, so when you get to make those career choices, you'll think about us. And, you can come work in Philadelphia with our first woman mayor, awesome, in 300 years. So we'd love to have you come join us. Just for context, the folks with whom we work in the public policy space and private business, they're smart folks. They know what they know. They come from a lot of different disciplines with a lot of different backgrounds, with a lot of different experiences. I am now even more sensitive to the competing policy priorities and the difficult choices that mayors, city and county managers, city council members, members of boards of supervisors have to make. As I look across just my portfolio now, it's, depending on how you count, 40 to 60 agencies doing all kinds of things. Bike lanes, sewer, water, multimodal transportation, prisons, law enforcement in various flavors, and of course, my former colleagues, still colleagues in the Philadelphia Fire Department. And as we talked about this a little bit earlier, a lot of what those folks do is all hazards. And the entire world is seeing this as they're seeing their response in Western North Carolina, in Georgia, South Carolina, Florida. They're seeing folks preparing that first call, and in my experience around the globe, that first call is always to 911 or 119, and our dedicated sisters and brothers answer that call. In Philadelphia, all hazards, huge. In terms of volume of demand, just frequency, EMS. Our EMS providers, you heard me talk about this, incredibly dedicated. Over the past 8 years in Philadelphia, we have made an unprecedented investment in the Philadelphia Fire Department. Every aspect, every facet of our business has had a meaningful investment. We've restored 9 fire companies that were closed in 2008 and 2009 with assistance from the SAFER Act grant. We've installed more than 100,000 smoke alarms over the past 8 years with assistance from, again, AFG grants. I'm proud to say that our current mayor, Mayor Parker's budget, her first budget was the first time that we had city general fund money go towards smoke alarms. First time in my tenure that we had that kind of investment from the city. We have had a sprinkler ordinance for more than a decade. And at the same time, with that context, being involved in healthcare, EMS, fire, all hazards, flooding, whatever it is, tornadoes, which we're not supposed to have, hurricanes, not supposed to have. There is only one entity that can respond to and deal with fires, structural fires, and that is our fire department. And that is true in almost every community, regardless of how these other policy priorities are addressed. So Philadelphia was built as a fire-safe city. William Penn barely survived the Great London Fire and built Philadelphia to be fire-safe. So large lots at the time, small streets at the time, they were wide streets. And our folks have done a great job over the years of not having a conflagration. And yet, in terms of fire frequency, we have 7 to 9 severe structure fires, working structure fires, by any definition, every day. 14 to 20 structure fires using the NFPA definition every 24 hours. More than 1,000 emergency incidents of all kinds every 24 hours. And now, almost routinely, we're going over 1,000 every day. We went over 1,000 EMS incidents. Those are incidents, not runs, a couple times last week. And these are the folks who are getting it done. So again, we've almost doubled our budget, huge investment in prevention and response. And yet still, this is a few weeks ago. This is a different raging inferno. Dan, I think that was Baltimore. That might have been us on your slide. But this was a 4-alarm fire for us. And this fire displaced about 40 homes, residents of about 40 homes in that block. And you saw from that plume, those folks were exposed to all of these toxic products of combustion during this fire. So for us as firefighters, every fatality, every civilian fire fatality matters. They all hurt. I have to explain this to folks. We get into this job to save people. So anytime we can't, that hurts and we feel it. And unfortunately, so far in our city, we've had 20 fire deaths year to date. We've had almost 100 people who've been injured. We have 2 burn centers in Philadelphia, and unfortunately, there's the demand for both of those burn centers. And something we don't talk about enough, we have had hundreds of people displaced from their homes, many of them permanently, by fires. A lot of our building stock is old. It's from the mid-1800s. That sprinkler ordinance has been great for building new units that are often not affordable and not accessible to the folks in our city who need them the most. We have a 23% poverty rate in Philadelphia. So simple math, or as I would say, fire chief math, that's about 400,000 people with a population of 1.6 million. 400,000 people who are living in poverty. Can you imagine having all of your belongings burned or having a building like this collapse on top of your rental unit, probably one of many in a row house that was built for a single family? A single room occupancy, maybe properly licensed or maybe not. Maybe with sprinklers and retrofitted fire protection systems and fire alarm systems and smoke alarms, or maybe not. This is the reality in many cities across the U.S., and this is also the reality in many rural areas across the U.S. The fire doesn't care. Fire departments are the affordable housing protectors of all of our communities. You're not going to find a community from coast to coast and frankly around the globe where affordable housing is not public policy priority, say that 3 times fast, 1, 2, or 3. In our city, we are striving to create, Mayor Parker's vision, 30,000 units of safe and affordable housing. 30,000 units over the next 4 years. That's going to be a heavy lift. And adding the safe component is not always going to be popular. But it is not living with dignity to have a roof over your head that is not safe. 4 sheets of tin or 4 plywood walls and a padlock inside of a former row house built for a single family, that is not dignified. That is not the way to live for any family in this country, any city, any rural area across the nation. We must do better. A friend of mine who's one of those, very smart people, just randomly, you can't make it up. He sent me this, you're not going to see this, but just take my word for it. Sent me this I don't know if it's a meme. I guess in theory it's data from X/Twitter. And it says what fire departments do. Weird situation where firefighters mostly don't fight fires anymore. Well, you know, that's not the point. It only takes one, or in our case, thousands of fires to hurt our residents, businesses, and visitors. We are the economic development protectors for our neighborhoods, for our small businesses. We'll see as we travel around the city, our city, the corner store is often the only place that folks have to go for necessities. If that corner store burns or collapses, which happens with too much frequency, this is a neighborhood that has already been disadvantaged over the years that now has nothing. This is not, as we heard, only a challenge or an issue internationally. I've been to South Africa. I've been to the townships. And I've had folks from South Africa come visit and say, yeah, you know we're from South Africa. Yes. So let's take a ride. And we'll take these folks through parts of our city and they will look around and say, how is this possible? Why isn't this a national tragedy? Well, folks, it's up to us to spread the word, to help educate these smart people, to be at the table on these public policy decisions, to be at the table when these investment decisions are made. This is a 4-alarm fire that displaced almost 250 people one night, many of whom are still living in shelters, some of whom will never go back to the home, to what was their family's home with all their possessions. Uninsured, underinsured. This is the reality today. So the short answer, who gets hurt? All of us. We all get hurt. We all get hurt until we mitigate, prevent, respond to, and recover from the scourge of fires of all types across our nation. So with that, I want to introduce Bryce McCracken, who's a special agent with the ATF, National Center for Explosives Training, and he's going to discuss the topic of after the fire, collaborating with our partners in research investigations. I got to say, ATF is on the ground with us in Philadelphia 24/7, 365 on our best days and our worst. They're a wonderful partner. Bryce, thank you.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank Dr. Moore Merrill and the U.S. Fire Administration for allowing me to speak to you today. As Adam said, I'm Bryce McCracken, Special Agent in charge of ATF's National Center for Explosives Training and Research. Although the fire investigators that I work with would like to replace explosives with fire, I think we might have a challenge here with the NFA. Regardless of the name of our center, ATF's role in fire investigation is important to the fire service and the communities that we serve. As many of you know, ATF has highly trained cadre of certified fire investigators that work alongside your fire investigators to determine the origin and cause of a fire. When the size of a scene or the amount of loss stretches local resource capabilities, we can offer our national response team, which brings ATF's full fire investigative resources to bear. As part of the NRT, engineers and chemists from our fire research and forensic science labs work alongside other subject matter experts during the fire scene investigation. I want to cover 2 significant fires that our NRT has responded to in the past few years that involve significant losses of life. One instance occurred in the city of Philadelphia and the other in New York City. And I have to tell you guys before I continue with my presentation, I am a lifelong criminal investigator, and so my job has always been to provide the facts and allow the recipient, whether that be a judge, a jury, or even policymakers, to form an opinion. And I intend to kind of do the same for you now. So on the morning of January 5th, 2022, the City of Philadelphia Fire Department was dispatched to a reported structure fire. The location was a 3-story row house owned by the City of Philadelphia Housing Authority. The fire department personnel extinguished the fire and during a search for victims, discovered 12 people deceased inside the structure. 7 of the victims were children. Agents from ATF's Philadelphia Field Division responded to the scene to assist with the investigation. And after assessing the scene and conferring with officials from the City of Philadelphia Police and Fire Departments, and considering the large loss of life, a request was made for the National Response Team to respond. During the investigation, NRT members documented and excavated the scene over the course of 4 days. Additionally, they interviewed firefighters, 911 callers, and witnesses to the fire. The area of origin was determined to be a second-floor unit, Unit B, and the investigation revealed that a 5-year-old juvenile who lived in Unit B with 14 other family members used a cigarette lighter to ignite a Christmas tree. Once ignited, the fire in the Christmas tree developed and spread rapidly throughout the apartment. The smoke and hot gases produced by this fire filled the stairwell, which was the only means of egress from the apartment. In this instance, the NRT noted that the victims lived in a crowded apartment and with only one means of egress. Sadly, we all know that the fuel load of a dry Christmas tree provides in a fire scenario, which is why the fire community goes to great lengths during the holiday season to educate the public on these dangers. 4 days later, on January 9th of 2022, a fire also occurred in a 19-story apartment building in the Bronx, New York, killing 17 people due to smoke inhalation. Once the fire was suppressed, the joint ATF, FDNY, NYPD Arson Explosives Task Force responded to the scene to do their investigation. They made a request for ATF's National Response Team and the Fire Research Lab to respond and assist with the scene. During work on the scene, they analyzed a space heater, and then they worked on documenting the scene to determine fire dynamics and the spread of smoke throughout the structure. As they did their forensic scanning of the building, they focused primarily on the lobby, both stairwells, which were contained in the center of the building, and the apartment of origin, as well as multiple corridors to assist with the development of a computer fire model. The computer fire model demonstrated that the flow path of smoke generated by the fire on the third floor of the upper floors of the building, generated fire and smoke up from the third floor to the upper floors of the building. The FRL engineers collected other pertinent information for their fire model as well. In this instance, the fire doors of the building were not functioning properly, which contributed to smoke traveling into those corridors. Some of the fire doors into the stairwells were propped open or not properly closing, which allowed the smoke to fill those stairwells and function up like a chimney. The upper floors became filled with smoke, and 14 of the 17 victims of this fire were located on those upper floors of the building. In both the Philadelphia and New York cases, violations of local building and fire codes likely contributed to the deaths of the victims. While ATF's role in a fire investigation is to be a neutral arbiter of facts, we also have a role to note issues like these to prevent additional losses of life in the future. As I mentioned earlier, the NRT deploys to a call-out. They bring subject matter experts from our Fire Research Lab and Forensic Science Lab. By working the scene jointly with our fire protection engineers and electrical engineers, the fire protection engineers have a good understanding of the scene prior to returning to the lab to create their models and test various hypotheses to determine a likely fire scenario. Likewise, allowing an electrical engineer to examine electrical artifacts in place, they are able to determine if an electrically powered device or wiring was the cause of a fire. I know I've mentioned the FRL several times now, and I'm guessing some of you in the audience might be wondering, what exactly is that? Well, as the name implies, the Fire Research Laboratory is located in Beltsville, Maryland. It's ATF's and the nation's only large-scale fire science research laboratory dedicated to fire and arson criminal investigations. It's comprised of several different burn rooms where the staff and engineers can conduct tests from a simple chair on fire up to a full 2-story house. The FRL is an innovative partner amongst law enforcement, the fire services, public safety agencies, academia, and private sector. They use advanced scientific, technical, educational, and training methods to make ATF and its partners the leaders in fire investigation science to serve and protect the public. Having just celebrated its 21st birthday this year, the FRL has over 20 years of research in its library of tests, as well as an extensive collection of reference materials. At ATF, we know that knowledge is only good when shared and disseminated to the larger community, which is why I'm pleased to announce today that NCEDR and the Fire Research Lab are currently working on a joint project to make all of the Fire Research Lab's research and test data available to the fire investigation community via ATF's website. As I conclude my remarks, I hope that you will remember that ATF and our field CFIs and National Response Team are committed to working with your departments to determine the origin and cause of fires. But beyond that, we are here to collaborate with you at our Fire Research Lab to conduct research and tests to further investigations and to prevent these tragedies from occurring in the first place. And of course, got to give you guys a couple pictures of what we're talking about here, but here's our large burn room at ATF's Fire Research Lab and another shot of one of the tests that they're doing. As I roll to this next slide, of course, I put the QR code up, and in true government fashion, I got an email last night, hey, we just updated the website. That QR code, I promise you, will take you to ATF's website, to the Fire Research Lab page. You just kind of have to fiddle around a little bit, but you'll get the first download of the test data that we do have available. So as I conclude again, I'd like to acknowledge our longstanding partnership with the National Fire Academy and say thank you specifically to Superintendent Eric Skablix for his continued support of ATF and the partnership between us and the National Fire Academy. Next, Monica Owens-Doyle, National Program Manager for the American Red Cross Home Fire Campaign, will discuss contextualizing fire safety outreach.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so excited to be here today to share a little bit with you about contextualizing home fire safety outreach. So this 10th anniversary of the Red Cross Home Fire Campaign is right around the corner. It's 3 days away. It's hard to believe it's been that long. And I'd like to share with you all some of the lessons that we've learned over the first decade of this work. So here pictured is actually a group of folks, Philadelphia firefighters, Red Crossers, community volunteers. I didn't even plan that, Adam, but maybe next year you can get the Philly Fanatic to come out and install smoke alarms with us. That would be some great PR, right? So as we completed the initial program development work, we found a statistic from an NFPA research article that really stood out to our team, that really got to the heart of the issue. 60% of fatal fires in the U.S. occur in the 23% of homes with no working smoke alarms. To drive results and get the outcomes that we want as part of this project, it was apparent to us early on that we needed to leverage data in a systematic, easy-to-understand manner and pinpoint the precise locations to intervene. To meet this need, we partnered with DataKind DC to produce the Home Fire Risk Map 2.0, which you see in the images here. The lower image on the bottom right is actually my hometown of Warner Robins, Georgia, and I can tell you the darkest shaded red areas on the right side of the image are low-income housing, where people are living on $12,000 annually. That's a lot of poverty in one location. So with DataKind DC, we developed this tool that calculates relative risk score for all census data block groups in the United States by combining 3 different data models. The models are trained to consider fire propensity, the presence of working smoke alarms, and social vulnerability index data from the CDC. This resource is free and open source. Anyone working in the fire prevention and safety space is welcome to use it. At the high level, the darker the shading of red and the higher the numerical risk score, the higher the risk in that geography. There are also clickable filters to make it very easy to isolate the highest risk areas in your jurisdiction. So at the Red Cross, we very intentionally serve high-risk communities. We invest time and resources to build trust and rapport with people in these geographical and cultural communities. We work with key community leaders, and we have to do that to be able to gain access to these hard-to-reach groups. Some examples of this comes from our work with groups like faith leaders of all denominations and traditions that you can imagine. We work with the NAACP and fraternal organizations reaching the Black community. We work with Mira USA and Promotores de Salud to reach Hispanic and Latino communities. And we work with Havarim to reach the Hasidic community. These are just a couple of examples. Aligning our outreach and appointment scheduling with other social service organizations like food banks or free or reduced cost medical clinics is also proven a very effective strategy to pinpoint people that are likely to struggle to afford smoke alarms. Training and empowering local people to serve their own communities helps create opportunities. It opens doors to the program, and it closes gaps like interpretation needs or cultural sensitivities. So we talk a lot, y'all, about in this industry about the built environment, right? Like, it's been said already a lot of times today. What we don't talk about, though, in addition to those importance of like the codes and standards and regulation, engineering controls, new technology solutions, which are wonderful, is the human interaction with the built environment. What is human behavior like in that structure? You can engineer it, you can create the best product, it's gonna be fireproof, but if somebody props open the fire door, that fire is gonna spread because it's gonna be fed with oxygen. So it's really important that we don't ignore the human behavior. So what we see in our home visits, that the Red Cross is really privy to what I like to call the lived-in environment. We see fire safety concerns in homes like blocked egress routes, mattresses occupying literally every square inch of floor space in a home, to the point that you can't even get in there with a ladder without moving a mattress to install a smoke alarm. We see things like overloaded electrical outlets. We see people running extension cords all over their home because they cannot afford an electrician to come out to resolve an issue with one outlet in their home. And really, at the end of the day, they just want their refrigerator to work, their space heater to work. They're not really concerned. They're not aware of the danger that they're in. They don't know, and they're doing the best they can with what they have where they are. We see sections of homes that are makeshift property subdivisions and lockouts, which limit egress routes. We frequently arrive on the doorstep and have a resident greet us saying, "Hey, we already have smoke alarms. Can't you hear them? They're working." We also have had a 90-year-old man in Southeast DC. He thought he had working smoke alarms, but decided to let us in anyway, just to test them. What he had was a mounting bracket installed on the wall, and he thought it was a smoke alarm. People do not understand fire protection and safety like the people in this room do and the American public. It's critical that we continue this mission area. In addition to that, earlier this year, I was out at one of our Sound the Alarm events in New York City and Queens, and I was volunteering with my volunteer partner, Marty Cannon-Geyser, who is amazing. He leads our work up there. And when we entered the home of a monolingual, non-English speaking older adult couple who had immigrated from China, their adult daughter was on site interpreting our visit, and she called us out of concern for her parents after her aging father, who has experienced cognitive decline, started an accidental cooking fire. He forgot food on the stove, very common. Thankfully, his wife was there and was able to extinguish the fire by putting a metal cookie sheet over it. But we found out during our discussion that what they really wanted from us that day was to fix this fire extinguisher, because that was, in fact, their fire escape plan. The elderly woman walked down the hall, was probably gone for 5 minutes, and came walking and rotating this giant fire extinguisher that's probably 3 foot tall, a big around as a dinner plate, and said, "Hey, we need this because if another fire happens, we need to be able to put it out." So we quickly intervened with them and we said, no, like, that's not what we need to do. Like, this thing hasn't been serviced since before I was born, y'all. Like, this is the biggest fire extinguisher I've ever seen in my life. But these are the types of things that we see when we go into these homes. People think that these are effective fire prevention measures and safety measures. They think this is gonna save their life. So in addition to that, we see strange, these strange metal horn style things that people think are smoke alarms. Like, no, like that's not protecting you, right? And we also serve in non-traditional housing sites like Alaska Native corporations, where we put smoke alarms on boats and take them down rivers, or we fly them via bush planes in partnership with the corporations to sites that are very vulnerable. We go into rural communities that have no access to running water in the home. That makes solutions like fire sprinklers very difficult to implement. There is real poverty in the United States, and when you go out and you serve this mission day in and day out, you can see that. You can see how people are living in this built environment. People are reluctant to open the door often to these programs because they fear punitive action while they're simply trying to survive and take care of their loved ones. Maybe they have, are living over the occupancy limit, or maybe they're undocumented and afraid of people in uniforms. We have clients that will test our service on behalf of their community. Then they call out their friends and neighbors and say, no, you gotta go over here before you leave. You gotta go to this house. And they help us get access into these communities. We have multiple lives saved in instances with large extended families under one roof. 18 people from a Haitian immigrant family that was saved in New Jersey. 13 people from another family saved in a recent fire on Staten Island. Effective fire prevention and safety education helps reduce the need for our nation's treasured firefighters to put themselves in harm's way, searching for civilians in burning structures. So you may not know that the Red Cross also responds to over 60,000 disasters a year. Most of these are single structure residential home fires. We can tie the outcomes from our interventions and our programs to the services that we provided during the visits. In many cases, we have the same volunteer teams that installed the smoke alarms responding to the fire and greeting clients at the curb. To date, we've documented over 2,100 lives saved. Nearly 700 of those are children. The mother and son pictured here survived a fire in their home following a severe storm in South Carolina, thanks to working smoke alarms installed through the prevention program. Sometimes we don't really recognize the power of these programs. 98% of people said they liked it, and they wanted to refer their friends and family to the program. 94% of people felt more confident in their ability to respond to a fire in their home after the visits. We know that our interventions and risk maps are working because we're getting to the right demographics that need our help. We're also expanding our program offerings by applying our lessons learned to focus on another other natural disasters that are worsened by the climate crisis. We have already conducted nearly 1,000 wildfire preparedness home visits, and we're pilot testing personalized home visits for tornadoes and hurricanes as well. During these visits, we help people connect with their local authorities having jurisdiction so they know how to get emergent information in time of disaster. We also help them create tailored evacuation or shelter-in-place plans depending on the context. We've documented through that program work over 19 homes saved through our wildfire program in the Texas Panhandle after a partnership with Team Rubicon to provide mitigation work. I want to say thank you so much for your collaboration and support in this past decade. Together with our more than 4,600 partners, most of which are local fire departments, we've installed almost 3 million smoke alarms. We've made 1.2 million households safer, and we've served more than 3 million people. Fire and life safety education is a critical component of our collective effort, and we must continue to pair the education with other protection and prevention strategies so that people like Jack and Shirley can survive fires when their mobile home catches on fire. We have a rich history of mobilizing tens of thousands of volunteers to deliver peace of mind, hope, and healing to people in need, and we'll continue to serve this mission alongside you all. I also want to acknowledge the funding that makes this program possible through the federal grants, fire prevention and safety grants. We couldn't do it without those grants. For our final presentation, Shane Ray, the president of the National Fire Sprinkler Association, will discuss the difference residential fire sprinklers make. Thank y'all.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here, and thank you, Dr. Lori, for the leadership to bring us together, and thank you to the National Fire Sprinkler Association for allowing me to do all I do, and to the CFSI board for being a part of that. Residential sprinklers, I get to be sprinkler man, so I'm known as that all over the place. If we could play this little video here. I've been using this all over the country since 2003, and this is the dry Scotch pine Christmas tree fire. And it gives you a 47-second glimpse at flashover. And so I use that to say this is the enemy. It's not the dry Scotch pine that's the enemy. It's flashover. And so in 2003, we traveled the country with a program called Fire Team USA. Again, thanks to the Fire Grants program. It brought public policy people together. It brought the fire chief, the police chief, the city manager, the planning commissioner, the water purveyor to talk about the risk of fire in the community. Yeah, if you can go ahead and play that. Can you click that button? I don't have a button clicker. But we brought those people together to watch this and say, just think now what the difference is. And we said in 2003 the number of fire fatalities would increase in this country during my career. And I hate to say that I was right. It was just a math problem. If we've been building for nearly 2 decades over 1 million houses a year, the fire problem in America has got to get worse if we're picking out pieces of it. At 15 seconds, this was a non-survivable fire for an occupant. At 30 seconds, a firefighter fully clothed only has 17 seconds to get out of this environment, right? And it's like, that's where we have to make a difference and we have to make a change, and residential sprinklers have done that. In 2012, you could say that the number of structure fires are down. Since 2012, though, you can't say that anymore. The line's going the wrong way. And again, why? If you build 1 million homes a year, the fire problem has just got to get worse, especially when you take a vital component out of that. But look also at 2012. As I said at the first summit we ever did here, that at the time the number was 36,000. Now that number is over 42,000 people dying in fire since 2010, and approximately 100 in sprinklered buildings. We got a pretty good math going there with we know what the solution is. It's a holistic codes and standards put together. That's the reason that trend was going down from the 80s. But look at where people are dying. People are dying in their homes. Look at the number of apartments. I'm going to show you a slide in a minute that shows you how that's trending down. Thanks to the fact that we were brave enough as leaders to go make the changes in the codes. But why? after since 2009. Why is the number going back up? Well, here's a little history. And thanks to John Nischa, who's our data specialist at NFSA, a longtime member in Minnesota State Fire Marshal's office, but thanks to the INFRA staff for the information that we use here. But John reminded me that this is the 150-year anniversary of the automatic sprinkler device. And by the way, no automatic sprinkler has ever malfunctioned and caused a fire. I just wanted to get that out of the way in case you read the media. 150 years of this, but the key was America burning. And then the key also was the United States Fire Administration, because they funded a lot of projects all the way back to the day, and Harry Shaw worked here. There was a program housed at USFA called Operation Life Safety. Helped create 13D, helped create 13R later on. But in 2006 with NFPA and 2009 with the IRC, just think what the fire problem in America would be doing if we had adopted it as the professionals that put together the codes and the stakeholders that are involved in that process would say. But oh no, the politicians have to get involved, and unfortunately 26 states have prohibited the adoption of the code with fire sprinklers included in it. Unfortunately, it'll take more tragedies. These tragedies cause that trend to go down. So why are we reactive? Why does it take a tragedy? It should not take a tragedy for us to act. But I learn a lot that says, hey, a lot of people just don't know. As I travel around the country, I've been blessed to show that videotape of that Scotch pine in all 50 states over the course of the last 20 years. And as I teach these programs today, I just did last week, I'll leave here and go do it again on Friday, where we'll set something on fire and we'll show the impact of with sprinklers and without sprinklers. But I found that I have to start all over because I'm not talking to the same people. There's new fire chiefs, new fire marshals, new everything, and guess what they know about this? Almost nothing. Over 90% would have no idea what 13D is, and that there's a difference between this standard sprinkler up here and a residential sprinkler. Residential wall wetting. Dan showed you the picture of the video. I'm going to show you the whole picture, and it's like that's because it wet the rest of the material in the room. The water distribution is much different. But over the course of this history, residential sprinklers prior to the 2000s really didn't even exist in buildings. So for our firefighters out there, if you get to a building with an old standard link sprinkler or an old standard response bulb in a building that was built in the 70s and 80s protecting our grandparents, mothers and fathers, or people in nursing and care facilities, we didn't even have this criteria. And so while it's not new, it is a technology that don't exist everywhere we go, and you'll still get to save lives. This video here, it's almost unheard of for us. When we did this test and you couple the modern energy code with the fuel package that's in the building and the fact that we have more stuff in our houses than ever before, to increase 1,000 degrees in 6 seconds, even firefighters underestimate the power of fire. This is a residential scooter test, if you could click that and play this video. So this is just a multi-shot. I use this too because as Dan and I reminisce about Spartanburg, South Carolina, which was over a decade when we were doing research for firefighter training. It was hard to believe we didn't even have this, and now I can stand with Dan or Steve and them and hold this in the palm of my hand to watch what's going on in these incidents. But as Dan said, as you could see the power of that fire, it activated every sprinkler in the space exposed to that. If the bedroom doors would have been open, it likely would have activated those devices as well. But again, if you had this fire for our firefighters, you are going to have to get to the people, isolate yourself from them, and get them to safety some other way, because this space definitely not tenable. So as the environment changes, I think this will help our cause. But look at apartment complexes. Look at where that number is, down to less than 500 now. Because again, if you take that in the code in the IRC, The IBC back in the day, it's like from 2006 till now, it's like most of them are sprinklered. And the suburban growth in our country over a decade has caused this to be where we're saving more lives. And when we look at the overall success of sprinkler saves, and every Friday I send out a spotlight on sprinklers. So for all of you out there that send me sprinkler saves when you have success, and we have every week one with lithium-ion batteries somewhere in this country with a sprinkler save. But look, 42% of our saves in multifamily dwellings. This says it all. The save rate of property in overall buildings, not just homes, because again, in your home, it's not designed to save the property. It's only designed to save your life. As our campaign at NFSA says, fire sprinklers buy time, and time buys life. So not only will it save over 90% of your stuff, it will give you a 90% chance of living. So as our message goes out there, you must have early warning, that's smoke alarms. You must have early suppression, that's fire sprinklers. And you must have firefighters, because the environment in there now, all the materials coupled with a tight house, is a messy environment for anybody to live in. So stay safe, stay well, and God bless you.
Thank you. That was a fantastically passionate panel. I appreciate all of you and your passion in what you're doing in the fire space. Before we bring up our next panel, and as they're assembling, I want to invite up a dear friend, NIOSH, and the NPPTL Lab has been a partner and a colleagues with the USFA for many years, and they continue to partner with us on the summit. In fact, several of them will be leading the by invitation meeting tomorrow as we discuss our national strategy going forward for 2025. Every year the strategy changes, every year it's updated at this summit, and we plan what we will do to go forward. But this time I want to bring up Dr. Marianne D'Alessandro. Marianne is the director of the NPPTL Lab at NIOSH to make a very important announcement about something that NIOSH will be doing. Marianne, join me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Moore-Merrill. I really appreciate having you having me here, and good afternoon, everyone. First, I'm honored to be part of this event, recognizing 50 years of USFA and initiatives underway to support the fire services. On behalf of the NIOSH director and everyone at NIOSH, I would like to I am honored, and I thank you for the opportunity to be here. I am excited to share that yesterday, NIOSH launched the Center for Firefighter Safety, Health, and Well-Being, directly supporting the National Fire Strategy. This virtual center crosses the entire institute, including work in multiple NIOSH divisions and the World Trade Center Health Program. I do have slides. Somebody going to put the slides up? Okay, thank you. You could go to the next one. Oh, I could go to the next one, I guess. Okay. The vision of the NIOSH Center is to align firefighter research, service, and related activities that yield the greatest impact for workers and firefighters and EMS. The center will provide a central access point for the fire services to engage with the broad scope of activities NIOSH provides to the firefighting community. By establishing the center, we will be better protecting firefighters and be able to identify and prevent new and emerging hazards earlier and faster through one NIOSH voice. At this time, this will not impact our budget line items. They will remain intact. NIOSH has a long history of firefighter portfolio work. We appreciate collaborations with many of you on our groundbreaking research in both structural fire and wildland firefighting activities in all 10 FEMA regions. So through our Firefighter Center, we intend to continue to serve and build upon the successes of our work over the past decades. As a cancer survivor myself, it is devastating to see the impact of cancer on the firefighting community. We heard a lot about that today, and I would like to mention one more time the National Fire Registry for Cancer that is the largest ever to understand and reduce cancer risk among firefighters. We heard that over 16,000 firefighters across 50 states, Washington, D.C., and 2 U.S. territories have enrolled so far, and we are very proud to have obtained endorsement letters from 20 organizations, including IAFF and NVFC. Thank you very much for your support for the NFR and for joining us in this effort. We established a new Gold Helmet Initiative in which NIOS publicly recognizes any U.S. fire department that has achieved voluntary enrollment of 50% of their department or over 300 firefighters. We are very happy to say that there are 14 departments that have achieved Gold Helmet recognition, and if you are one of those departments, I'd like you to take a moment to stand if you could. See anybody from those departments? I can't see. Let's say they're all online, so let's give them a round of applause. If you're not one of those 14 departments, it's not too late to help your department achieve this status. Dr. Kenny Fent with that program is here today, and he can help provide you more information. NIOSH also conducts fatality investigations and makes recommendations based on those findings. Unfortunately, we've had to have over 750 fatality investigations that took place, and Jeff Funk's group is here today and can also share more information about that. We also certify respirators you use and evaluate PPE to identify improvements to its functionality. I am here, and Susan Moore and Wesley Atwood from that group. Additionally, there are over 88,000 responders in the World Trade Center Health Program who receive health care, including 17,000 FDNY firefighters. NIOSH is addressing the top safety and health issues in the fire services through a multi-tiered approach and through one voice across the Institute. For example, through our partnerships, we are conducting the research and interventions to ensure continual improvement to address emerging hazards, such as those from electric vehicle batteries. Evidence-based research and interventions are helping to address mental health and well-being. We focus on research that will have the greatest impact. Examples are our PFAS research and turnout gear and firefighter foams to understand ways to reduce these exposures and reduce the risk of cancer. As Susan mentioned, we are working to address equitable PPE protections for all firefighters and EMS workers. Every investigation we conduct leads to recommendations and prevention methods to elevate improvements and positive future outcomes for firefighters across the nation. We cannot optimize our work protecting firefighters without collaboration and partnerships with organizations like yours. Through the Center, NIOSH will continue to grow our partnerships with the fire service communities to maximize impact of all the work we do. Thank you for the opportunity to share this news and for your dedication to keeping communities safe. Together, we can achieve our mission of ensuring firefighters' safety, health, and well-being. Please feel free to reach out to me or any of the NIOSH folks here with suggestions on how we can best collaborate with you and maximize the impact of our center. I've placed flyers on the table outside of security. Please take one of those. Enjoy the rest of the summit, and thank you, Dr. Moore-Merrill, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you so much. NIOSH has been a fantastic and continues to be a fantastic partner to the fire service. And so this Firefighter Center for Firefighter Safety and Health, we are so grateful. I know Dr. John Howard is very proud of this center. I know many of you know that name. And so he is excited to be able to have this announcement made here today at the summit. So all of you hear it, everyone online hears it, and what NIOSH is going to be doing. And I love the one voice. Dr. D'Alessandro, thank you for that, because that is coming along and showing that even across the federal family, we are all with one voice. And so that's important. Let's bring up our next panel. With that, let me introduce John Oates, Chief John Oates, who is the CEO for the International Public Safety Data Institute, and he will start the panel off. John?
Good afternoon. This segment of the summit is focused on emerging science. This next group of presenters will discuss what emerging science tells us about the health of firefighters and fire departments. During the first summit, or around the first summit in 1947, research on firefighter health and safety was, I'll be kind, sparse. The exponential increase in publications from around 10 papers in the years prior to, of, and directly after the first summit to over 700 last year reflects the awareness of the critical health challenges firefighters face. That shift in the research landscape is evident here today. Unlike our predecessors, we now have research, data, and information to guide the difficult decisions that fire departments, fire chiefs, and chief officers make every day. That research allows us to move beyond relying on intuition or anecdotal evidence for our decisions. However, the complex decisions we make remain difficult, complicated, sticky. Knowing our choices impact our people and our communities weighs on every leader that is in that position. It is incumbent on us as members of the fire service, regardless of your position, how long you've been in the fire service, your age, the size or scope of your agency, the size or scope of the community you protect, to translate research into actionable change. But it's simply not enough for the research community to do the work on our behalf. The fire service must become active participants in that research, which means engaging in, investing in, guiding, and embracing the results from those who conduct research on our behalf. It means supporting the work funded by the FEMA AFG program research and development grants. Further, it means advocating for additional funding, participating in studies, collaborating on projects that address the unique needs of the fire service. By investing in this research and supporting the people that do that work, that are dedicated to understanding our unique challenges every day in our communities and our departments, including our health and wellness, we can shape a future where the hard decisions made by leaders about how we keep our firefighters healthy become a bit easier simply through that knowledge. Let's continue that critical dialogue and explore how we collectively apply our knowledge to improve our field. With that, I would like to welcome our first speaker, Dr. Jeff Burgess, University of Arizona, who will share the most current information on cancer and reproductive health for firefighters. Dr. Burgess.
Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today about firefighter cancer and reproductive health. So we know that occupational exposure as a firefighter causes cancer. This was conclusively determined by the World Health Organization International Agency for Research on Cancer, or IARC. We know that firefighters also have adverse reproductive effects. Male firefighters have increased rates of infertility, abnormal sperm, and birth defects in their children. Female firefighters have increased rates of miscarriage, preterm birth, and decreased ovarian reserve. So we know that there are risks, but what we don't know, and our greatest challenge, is identifying effective interventions to reduce these risks. So the framework for our research on firefighters is the Firefighter Cancer Cohort Study, or FFCCS. The FFCCS carries out community-engaged research with firefighters. where the firefighters are involved in all phases of the research, from determining the research questions to collecting biological samples to co-publishing the results and disseminating them to the wider fire service. Our purpose is to conduct research on how to best reduce the risk of cancer and other priority health conditions identified by firefighters, such as adverse reproductive effects. Our goal is to enroll 10,000 firefighters and follow them over 30 years, collecting blood and urine every 2 years during the study and after specific exposures identified by the fire service. We currently have over 6,000 firefighters enrolled from over 250 departments across 31 states, and we currently have 12 academic and government research partners. As I mentioned, our goal is to prevent disease. We do that by measuring and evaluating the effectiveness of exposure reduction interventions. Some important exposures that we have evaluated include smoke, PFAS, which are per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, or also known as forever chemicals, which we have shown to be present at higher concentrations in the blood of firefighters than the general population, and mental health conditions such as stress, which are also important exposures. These exposures lead to cellular changes on the pathway to development of disease. Some of these cellular changes, which we can measure with biomarkers of effect, include 5 key characteristics of carcinogens identified by ARC to have strong evidence in firefighters. Our long-term goals include early detection of cancer and reproductive harm. I will discuss in a later slide biomarkers we use that show early declines in ovarian or reproductive reserve. During this presentation, I will highlight epigenetic alterations, some of the biomarkers of effect that we measure and which are associated with the development of many diseases, including but not limited to cancer. So epigenetic alterations control gene expression without changing the underlying DNA structure. We are evaluating both microRNA expression and DNA methylation, both measured in the blood. They're like light switches, turning on and off gene expression. Under normal conditions, they keep healthy cells functioning. However, they can change following toxic exposures, causing altered cell function and potentially abnormal cell growth, leading to cancer or other diseases. MicroRNA expression changes with firefighter exposures. Specifically, we have found differences in microRNA expression comparing incumbents and recruits, adjusting for age, showing an increase in oncogenic microRNAs and a decrease in tumor suppressor microRNAs, consistent with an increased risk of cancer. We see similar changes in recruit firefighters after the first 2 to 3 years on the job. We have also seen changes in microRNA expression comparing municipal firefighters responding to a wildland-urban interface, or WUI fire, to those who just fought structure fires. We also have found that PFAS levels in the body of firefighters change their microRNA expression. These last 2 studies will soon be submitted for peer-reviewed publication. In a study led by Dr. Jackie Goodrich of predominantly volunteer firefighters responding to the East Palestine, Ohio train derailment and fire, compared to firefighters from the same areas that did not respond to the incident, we found differences in microRNA expression in blood collected 2 to 4 months after the fire. We have reported these changes to the study participants and will be following up with them in several months to see if these changes are persistent and to enroll additional firefighters from the region interested in participating. These findings will also be submitted soon for peer-reviewed publication. DNA methylation, the other epigenetic marker that we are evaluating, changes with both exposures and age. Methylation at certain parts of the DNA have been found to be highly correlated with age. These sites can be analyzed together to calculate epigenetic or cellular age using epigenetic clocks. If these clocks show an epigenetic age greater than years since birth, that is called accelerated epigenetic age. Accelerated epigenetic age has been shown to be predictive of mortality from all causes, cancer, reproductive harm, cardiovascular disease, and neurodegenerative disease. We have shown that incumbent firefighters have greater epigenetic age acceleration than recruits, adjusting for age. We have also shown that increased serum levels of some PFAS chemicals in firefighters are associated with epigenetic age acceleration. In the general population, increased stress has been associated with epigenetic age acceleration. In studies linked to the FFCCS, we are evaluating whether improved exercise or intermittent fasting can improve epigenetic age, and also whether blood or plasma donation can both reduce serum PFAS concentrations and improve epigenetic age. In a separate study with a partner fire department, we are evaluating whether a broccoli seed or sprout extract supplement containing sulforaphane as the active ingredient can reduce epigenetic age, as sulforaphane has been shown to shift the metabolism of some toxic smoke products to less toxic forms. In the general population, social support has been shown to improve epigenetic age, and this could be evaluated in future firefighter studies. To evaluate reproductive health in women firefighters, we are measuring and reporting back to the study participants their blood levels of anti-Müllerian hormone, or AMH. AMH is used as a measure of reproductive or ovarian reserve in infertility clinics. Reduced AMH levels are strongly correlated with reduced fertility, earlier age at menopause, and in some studies, miscarriage and preterm birth. We have previously shown that firefighters have a 33% lower AMH on average than non-firefighters, similar to the reduction seen in cigarette smokers. In our women firefighter studies, now with over 900 participants, we found that a self-reported clinical diagnosis of anxiety was associated with a statistically significant 33% reduction in AMH, and a diagnosis of PTSD was associated with a statistically significant 66% reduction in AMH. We are currently looking at biological mechanisms, including epigenetic clocks, that could explain this relationship and, importantly, identify potentially protective interventions to test. For takeaways and actions, this research connects with the mission of the USFA to support and strengthen the fire and emergency medical services. The FFCCS provides a mechanism for answering questions from the fire service which can inform fire service actions. As we know that firefighters suffer from increased rates of cancer and adverse reproductive outcomes, it is critical that fire departments continue to focus on efforts to reduce fireground and PFAS exposures. In addition, fire departments should take a broader approach of putting in place policies and programs to support cancer prevention, reproductive health, and mental health. Furthermore, coordinated fire service participation in research, as you heard from John, is needed to help identify, prevent, and hopefully reverse hazardous exposures and their adverse health effects. I would like to thank the funding organizations, including FEMA, which provided funding to multiple projects developing and utilizing the FFCCS framework, the National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences, NIOSH, the International Association of Firefighters, individual fire departments, the Arizona Board of Regents, and most recently, the state of North Carolina. For more information about the FFCCS, please see our website. If you have any questions, please contact me. Next, Dr. Sarah Janke, Senior Principal and Director of the National Development and Research Institutes, will discuss sleep.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm excited to be here presenting on two topics that I think definitely need to be on the main stage for the National Fire and EMS services, and two topics that are really closely related. I'm happy to say that FEMA, through their research and development grants through the Fire Prevention and Safety and AFG mechanism, have funded a lot of work over the last several decades, couple decades, in this area and continue to fund work. So more research is needed and more research is being done. When it comes to mental health, we've seen a paradigm shift in the way we think, talk about, and support it. Dr. Gist, who's with the Kansas City Fire Department, describes it as a change from looking at mental health as a heart attack to looking at it as hypertension. In the past, we believed that there were specific types of calls that had a negative impact on personnel, and that as long as you had an immediate and prescribed intervention, it would be managed. Now we understand that mental health is more like hypertension. It changes across time. There are ways to make it worse or better, and the most important thing is to monitor it and know when intervention is needed so you don't reach the heart attack phase. Behavioral health is a complex issue in the fire service. Research has found that chronic repeated exposure to trauma is a key driver. Showing up to everyone's worst day takes its toll. There are also acute exposures. Research tells us that major disasters or acute and extreme events can have a lasting impact. Emerging research is pointing to the importance of the firehouse culture. We're seeing increasing evidence that when everyone feels accepted, supported, and heard, you have better outcomes. What is so protective about the fire service is that we are a family, but when someone is not included in that family, there are true and measurable mental health impacts. There's the risk of injury and disability, as well as how we take care of people when they are injured and when they do become disabled. There are home life stressors, not only those that they face similar to the general population, but the stressors that are inherent to working shift work in a dangerous occupation. On the other side, it's not surprising that we see increased levels and challenges like depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress, and suicidal ideation in this population. We also have documented high levels of substance use and abuse. Research has found that chronic occupational stress can lead to epigenetic changes, and concerns about cancer and cardiovascular disease can increase the mental load for personnel, and conversely, mental health and chronic stress can increase risk for cancer and cardiovascular disease. On the other side of the spectrum, we have resilience and post-traumatic growth. The fire service is an incredibly resilient group of individuals, and so much about the fire service is resilience building. Overlay on top of this and underneath this and interwoven with every other health risk factor is sleep. Historically, the fire service is not concentrated on sleep because it was assumed it wasn't something we can really have addressed, given someone has to be there in the middle of the night. However, research is increasingly pointing to the fact that this is a topic we can no longer avoid researching and discussing. It's particularly important because it's related to all other health outcomes that the fire service is concerned with, cancer in particular, development of heart disease, and reproductive health. We know that firefighters are at increased risk for miscarriage and infertility compared to the general population. We also know that sleep is closely linked to mental health. Sleep is so important as a risk factor that the World Health Organization classified shift work in and of itself as a probable carcinogen. This is because of the importance of and impact of circadian rhythm disruption. Within the fire service, we do have data on sleep, and one of the key findings is from the work of Dr. Berger and her group. They found that more than a third of firefighters screen positive for sleep disorders, and most are unaware that they have that. Berger and her research found that looking at those who screened positive versus those who weren't were twice as likely to experience a motor vehicle crash and were more than twice as likely to report falling asleep while driving. While these may seem like situational issues that are not surprising, when you look at more chronic long-term effects of sleep disorders, we see that they are more than twice as like those who screen positive are more than twice as likely to report cardiovascular disease, double the risk of diabetes. And look at this, 3 times as likely to report depression or anxiety. We need peer teams and departments around the country to start screening for sleep disorders and treating them. This is an easy, low-hanging fruit. It's time for the fire service to start looking at sleep and the importance of education and making changes that prioritize sleep at the structural and organizational level. In research done by Dr. Joel Billings, the initial project was to look at different shift structures, the 24-48 versus the 48-96. But one of the key findings was that firefighters come to work short-slept and leave short-slept. Short-slept is anything under 6 hours a night. This is the point where you see poor health outcomes significantly increase. The results of the study indicate that it might be the shift start times that are robbing firefighters of enough sleep. Research recently funded 2 weeks ago by FEMA through R&D, FBNS, and the AFG will start looking at whether changing the shift start times as a potential intervention will allow for better and more sleep for firefighters. More research is needed. Where are we headed from here? Fortunately, there's a considerable amount of interest in this topic, and the future looks bright. There's work in developing evidence-based practices for sleep promotion among firefighters that take into account the unique stressors of the environment and the job. Research is beginning to look at the benefits and drawbacks of different types of shift structures. In addition, we're hearing from the fire service and starting to document the potential for implementing alternative approaches to scheduling, particularly for those with unique needs. We will soon have research about whether shifting start times can improve sleep. And research is also focusing on identifying and mitigating fatigue and improving cognition due to the impact of shift work. We have a strong path forward on these topics, and there's more to come soon. Next, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Denise Smith. Dr. Smith is the director of the National Fire Data and Research Center Division of the U.S. Fire Administration and will be discussing cardiovascular health and disease. Denise, take it away.
Good afternoon. On this difficult day when our firefighters and FEMA personnel are responding to terrible devastation and multiple threats across our nation, it's an honor to be here among you, the leaders who've worked so diligently to ensure that our personnel have the skills, training, resources, and the resiliency to do the work that they need to carry out to fulfill their mission, both today and in the future. And alongside my gratitude, I want to share my belief that there's more we need to do, much of it urgently. And some of that is, of course, associated with the firefighter health and safety that the panel is talking about today. On cardiovascular disease, I'm going to speak both on cardiovascular disease and health, and it's because of my belief that we need to have surveillance and early screening, and we also need to be building resilience for the work that needs to be done. I had a limited number of slides, so I put a lot on each one. Our early statistical reporting from the USFA and our partners at NFPA showed early on and convincingly that despite all the hazards that firefighters face, it's the body's own response to the stress of firefighting that was leading to most of the acute fatalities on the fire ground. As shown there in red, year after year, sudden cardiac events are the leading cause of line-of-duty death on an acute basis. Following up on that and using that as a hypothesis for our research questions and funded by the AFG grants, my partners at Illinois Fire Service Institute, Skidmore College, many collaborators on this stage and in this room have sought to characterize the physiological strain of firefighting, recording the thermal and cardiovascular strain, the immunological and hormonal disruption, and concluding that firefighting is among the most strenuous work that firefighters routinely perform. And that stress affects every system, every physiological system of the body. More recently, a great deal of work has been done accumulating occupational health records from across the country. And in study after study, we see that there are long-term cardiovascular health concerns among firefighters. In many instances, the health risk, the cardiovascular disease risk factors are similar to the general population, especially concerning in a group that has such high physiological strain during work. But noteworthy here is that blood pressure, elevated blood pressure, was evident in 69% of a large population of firefighters, representing over 5,000 firefighters across the U.S. We must be attentive to elevated blood pressure. It's undoubtedly related to the sleep issues, to the physiological stress, the vigilance, and some of the mental health issues that our firefighters are facing. I want to point out that although I'm talking about the cardiorespiratory system today, all of the systems of the body are interrelated. And when we engage in firefighting activity and other stressful work, every system is stressed in concert to meet the physical demands. So I'd like to focus my short time on a solution. How do we build resiliency? How do we ensure that firefighters can perform this work safely? There are two major tools at our disposal. One is medical evaluations, and one is a comprehensive fitness and wellness program. Almost all medical evaluations, whether performed through primary care or through OSHA, or what we would consider the industry standard, the NFPA 1582 standard, which many of you know will become the NFPA 1580 standard. As we increase the complexity of these evaluations, we increase our ability to detect and therefore mitigate cardiovascular disease, as well as other pressing health concerns. And in many cases now, in many jurisdictions, we are recognizing that the 1582 is a minimum standard. There is additional screening that may be beneficial. I also want to talk briefly about a comprehensive fitness and wellness program. This slide is intended to say, I know it's multifactorial. It includes many of the components that my colleagues will talk about, but I have situated cardiorespiratory fitness clearly at the center. Cardiorespiratory fitness is an integrated ability of the respiratory system to take in oxygen, the cardiovascular system to transport it, and the muscular system to use oxygen to produce the energy that propels the work of firefighting or other strenuous work. Cardiorespiratory fitness is a physiological attribute. It is a health measure, a health metric. Some advocate it as a vital sign. In the fire service, we sometimes call it VO2 max. VO2 max is the maximum volume of oxygen that the cardiovascular system can take in and transport and that the muscles can use to do heavy, strenuous work. So it's the use of oxygen to produce cellular energy. But the underlying attribute that is protective, that builds physiological resilience in our first responders is cardiorespiratory fitness. Cardiorespiratory fitness is necessary to perform strenuous work. It's a measure of overall health, and it's related to mental health and cancer risk, and it is the single strongest predictor of cardiovascular disease mortality. So please let me advocate for fitness, and let me walk you through this old but powerful data. When an individual increases their cardiorespiratory fitness, they dramatically decrease their risk. You can see on the far right side of the graph, physical fitness in the top 25 percentile will decrease the risk of a cardiovascular event by 60%. More good news, if you happen to be on the left side of this graph with cardiorespiratory fitness in the lowest 25%, this individual will recognize the greatest improvement quickly. As you improve your activity and fitness, there is a dramatic decrease in cardiovascular risk quickly. One other point I want to make is that cardiorespiratory fitness is related to work performance, but it is not the same thing. Although cardiorespiratory fitness will predict work performance time, the correlation between these two is less than 0.6. The variance described is less than 0.3 because work performance is affected by skill, experience, strength, and other attributes. So we need to be thinking of a work performance test as how you perform the work and cardiorespiratory fitness as a measure of health. And so I would end by saying that given the risks and the demands of the job, we need a 360 size up for cardiovascular health. That would require that firefighters get appropriate medical evaluations and that we take the steps necessary to ensure that they have the programming for adequate fitness. And there is responsibility for the firefighters to do this and for the fire departments and organizations to support it. Because the bottom line is that firefighters cannot safely and effectively perform the strenuous work that we request them to do on behalf of our communities unless they're healthy enough and fit enough to do so. Thank you. I'd like to now introduce our next speaker, Dr. Brian Ormond, who will be speaking on firefighter PPE and exposures.
Thank you. First, I would like to quickly say thank you to Dr. Moore Merrill, the U.S. Fire Administration, and all the organizers of this event for the opportunity and the honor and privilege for me to be here today. More importantly, I'd like to take a moment to thank all the firefighters, the first responders, and the volunteers that are leading recovery efforts back in my home state of North Carolina. I'm excited to talk with you briefly about the state of science on PPE in the fire service and the impacts on firefighter exposures. So when it comes to firefighter protective clothing, we have traditionally focused on bringing firefighters home at the end of their shifts. So we developed PPE to withstand the flames, to protect from burn injuries, while also navigating the delicate balance between thermal burden and heat stress. But that all changed when we realized a significant issue of cancer in the fire service, culminating in IARC's designation of the occupation of firefighting as a known carcinogen in 2022. With this realization, we have to switch our focus to bringing firefighters home, not just at the end of the day and at the end of the shift, but at the end of the careers and in good health. To do this, we have to start at the beginning. We must understand the fire scene, the combustion byproducts, the contributions from the various routes of exposure, whether they are dermal, ingestion, or respiratory. Our task of balancing protection, performance, and comfort in developing PPE has gotten much more complicated, but we need to ask if PPE can be a solution. How can we design new protective equipment to mitigate firefighter exposures? A couple of examples: providing our nation's wildland firefighters with adequate respiratory protection, because a simple bandana should never be considered state-of-the-art. Developing PPE to stop the fireground particulates and vapors before they enter the garment and get to the firefighter's skin. Also addressing the need to balance protective performance while mitigating exposures to unnecessary chemicals used in the manufacturing of gear. Additionally, we must also continue to research and better understand how to clean and decontaminate not just the PPE, but also the firefighter, so we don't have secondary exposures back at the fire station. To begin addressing these issues, we've initiated collaborative research efforts throughout the fire service and through various funding sources, the most impactful and important being the FEMA Fire Prevention and Safety Grants. Wildland firefighters currently have no respiratory protection. There is no available products that meet or have even ever been certified or submitted for certification to the performance standards. And as the wildfire season continues to extend, we must work with wildland firefighters to develop respiratory protection that meets their needs so that they will be a sufficient amount of willingness and user acceptability to adopt when products are available. When it comes to mitigating the fireground exposures, the initial research and development focused solely on the more visible hazards, the smoke, the soot that sticks to the skin and the gear. Particulate blocking hoods were introduced in the market and now will be mandatory in the new revision of NFPA 1970. We developed smoke-resistant turnout ensembles, one of which was tested right here on this campus and is now being used across the country to protect firefighters and mitigate their exposures. Although these are great advances, we must also turn our attention to the more hazardous things that we may not be able to see, the toxic gases and vapors released during fires. Recent research has shown that firefighter PPE has limitations at being able to stop the fireground vapors from entering the ensemble. However, that same research has also shown that the particulate blocking gear that was originally developed to stop mainly the soot particulates has the added benefit of increasing protection from vapors like benzene and naphthalene. Additionally, the incorporation of adsorbent materials commonly used by the military for chem bioprotective clothing has shown promising results in mitigating these very exposures. We must also understand and ensure that every firefighter is protected equally. Multiple studies have shown that over 80% of women in the fire service have reported their gear not fitting appropriately. There's incredible work being done right now to develop the first anthropometric database based on women in the fire service that will lead to improved garment patterns, measurements, and better fit of gear for all women in the fire service. And while that is happening, we also have to ask the question if ill-fitting gear has been leading female firefighters to be exposed to more fireground contaminants. The contribution from the different routes of exposure is another critical aspect that we must consider. We're currently building a database of dermal absorption for fireground contaminants where all measurements are made simulating the firefighter's skin environment. We've shown that naphthalene, a possible carcinogen and byproduct of combustion, can readily be absorbed through the skin. When we compare that to initial testing for per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, or PFAS, which are that class of persistent and toxic compounds used in the manufacturing of thousands and thousands of consumer products and in the protective clothing. When we can look at those, we see a promising result. These initial compounds in our studies have shown over 2 orders of magnitude lower dermal absorption than their counterparts from the fire ground. The transition to non-PFAS-based materials and chemistries for firefighter protective clothing is a complicated and a controversial topic that essentially boils down to a struggle between decreasing exposure to these chemicals and providing firefighters with their gear necessary that has the levels of necessary protection and performance to safely do their jobs. While there are currently many legislative bans of PFAS and gear being considered or soon to be enacted, it is imperative that we are very clear on what we know about this topic, acknowledge what we do not know, and continue to educate firefighters, manufacturers, and legislators as we go. While there are some available alternative materials and chemistries that can be used in PPE, they are not direct replacements for what was there. We must acknowledge that this new generation of non-PFAS-based PPE will perform differently, and firefighters will also need to reevaluate their expectations of gear performance. The switch to non-PFAS-based outer shell finishes comes with decreased repellency to hydrocarbon oils and fuels like gasoline and diesel. As you can see in the videos, this has introduced a potential flammability concern that firefighters may not have had to worry about before. Additionally, the transition to non-PFAS moisture barriers is expected to come with significant decreases in breathability, making monitoring for heat stress a priority on scene. We must also ensure that removing PFAS doesn't necessitate the inclusion of other toxic chemistries, such as brominated flame retardants, that should not be an acceptable substitution. With that said, how does the fire service navigate this transition? First, the science has to continue to catch up. We must complete our current studies on trade-offs in exposure and performance. We need to conduct unbiased scientific evaluations of the impact of non-PFAS moisture barriers on firefighter heat stress in various climates. And we must continue asking the important questions about what should we expect the gear to do. More importantly, if any city, state, or country is currently considering a ban on PFAS and firefighter gear, the very next line in that legislation must mandate training on the differences in the performance of the gear for every single firefighter before they ever are issued that gear or before they ever wear it in a live fire response. Firefighters conduct risk assessments daily. We must ensure that they have all the information available about their gear so they can do that. Lastly, I must acknowledge the funding organizations that have made and continue to make this work possible, from DHS and the FEMA grants to CDC, NIOSH, and NIST, and the states of California and North Carolina. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here today. Our last presenter for the State of the Science panel will be Dr. Michael Cunningham. Dr. Cunningham is the Chief of Staff for Cobb County Fire and Emergency Services and will discuss cultural inclusion.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to come out here today to speak to you about an important topic of cultural inclusion and how it will benefit our fire service and allow us to serve our communities better. Our communities are becoming increasingly more diverse. And as fire service leaders, it's essential that we ask ourselves, how well do our departments mirror those communities, and are we leveraging these differences to build stronger, more adaptable teams? Research supports that by fostering cultural inclusion, we not only enhance our internal dynamics, but also build a more profound connection with those that we serve. The journey towards recognizing how our individual differences contribute to our department goes beyond meeting diversity metrics. It's about truly valuing how our differences help us define organizational excellence. By doing so, we influence everything from recruitment and onboarding to leadership and department culture. Studies show that by promoting an inclusive and diverse workforce, we can enhance community safety through better problem solving, cultural competence, and ultimately public trust. So, what is your role in defining excellence within your organization? An inclusive workforce attracts diverse talent, enhances adaptability, and influences career decisions. A research study by McKinsey indicated that 39% of individuals consider organizational inclusiveness when making career choices. Similarly, a study in the Journal of Business and Psychology found that inclusion fosters psychological safety, encourages creativity, and supports emotional and behavioral engagement. These are key factors that are linked to improving morale, reducing turnover, and boosting job satisfaction. Moreover, by reflecting the community we serve, we strengthen public trust. When it comes to recruiting, intentional and progressive strategies can significantly enhance cultural inclusion by expanding the talent pool and attracting individuals with diverse perspectives and skills, ultimately boosting creativity and problem solving within your department. Strategies such as aligning recruitment material with your department's diversity goals, offering information in multiple languages, or engaging in community outreach led by culturally competent members from your organization can prove to be very effective. Let's face it, with the numerous competing job opportunities that are out there today, such as social media influencers being able to start out making 60 grand a year, it's crucial that we position the fire service as a career offering unique value and fulfillment. By adapting our strategies to emphasize inclusiveness, career growth, and community, we can attract a wide range of capable, coachable individuals and ensure our doors are truly open to everyone. Onboarding offers us a vital opportunity to demonstrate our commitment to inclusion by addressing potential barriers to joining the fire service. For instance, are we inadvertently creating obstacles for certain groups, such as those juggling multiple jobs or family responsibilities, by having traditional time constraints within our hiring process? Do our selection methods favor test takers over coachable as well as qualified individuals? At Cobb Fire, we recognize this barrier and decided to introduce an innovative method for generating candidate eligibility lists during the hiring process using probability sampling. The result on the initial implementation was a class that, for the first time, had representation which mirrored the community we serve, a significant milestone for our department. More importantly, we continued to see similar results in subsequent recruit hiring processes. By being open to refining your onboarding process, you can genuinely illustrate your dedication to building an inclusive and diverse workforce. Representation in leadership is crucial, but it's not about having diverse faces all the time. It's about ensuring that individuals from all backgrounds have a clear path to leadership roles. Effective leaders build teams that bring a wide range of skills, perspectives, and experiences which enhance overall performance and adaptability. By establishing clear expectations and providing mentorship opportunities, leaders can create an environment that fosters growth and inclusivity. When leaders value diversity, they inspire a culture of success where everyone feels valued and motivated. Ultimately, success should be measured not only by operational achievements, but also by how inclusive and cohesive the team becomes. Our fire department's ethos must be rooted in inclusiveness, extending beyond diversity to create a proactive culture where everyone feels respected and empowered. Setting clear behavior boundaries establishes standards for accountability and professionalism, while cultural sensitivity training helps break down biases and bridge gaps in understanding. Policy should strive to go beyond standard non-discrimination messages to one that promotes equity and inclusion. For example, can we develop standards that address challenges such as accommodating to 23% of single-parent households and to 67% of families with both parents working? How about ensuring that living quarters accommodate a diverse personnel and the gear that we have fits properly? Fortunately, we have departments out there who can help guide our practices, with departments introducing flexible schedules for operation, personnel to assist with child care challenges experienced with our traditional schedules, and others proactively planning fire stations with spaces where all crew members feel welcome and safe. We are moving in a positive direction. Additionally, prioritizing mental health and wellness by offering resources such as peer support, stress management programs, and counseling services representing all members fosters an environment where everyone can feel supported both on and off the job. By aligning our workplace practices and policies with our commitment to inclusiveness, we build a stronger, more resilient workforce ready to meet the community's needs. In conclusion, inclusion isn't just an initiative in compliance, it's a continuous journey that requires each of us to be intentional, to listen, and to adapt. When we commit to these values, we create an environment where every member feels they belong, are valued, and can contribute to our collective success. This not only benefits our workforce, but strengthens the bond between our department and the communities we protect. By recruiting with purpose, breaking down barriers to entry, providing clear paths to leadership, and fostering inclusivity, we build a stronger fire service. As leaders, we have a responsibility to champion these principles through action. By committing to inclusiveness, we create a fire service that reflects and leads the communities we serve. Please, let's take that responsibility seriously. Thank you for your time.
Very nicely done. This panel, amazing, amazing. Okay, everybody in the room, we're going to take just about a 10-minute break. We're going to ask you to really stay to 10. We're going to put a countdown clock on for online, so don't go away. We're coming right back. We're just going to take a stretch break. Coming right back. This afternoon, next will be our climate, and then into our wildfire evacuation. You don't want to miss these panels. Be right back. Thanks, everybody. everyone. Oops, let's go live. Everybody, let's get back in our seats. We're going to go back live, please. And we'll get our next panel is ready to go. We're going to be, we'll have some time after the close for our celebration. So there's a lot more summit to come. A lot more summit to come today. We have a couple of really important announcements at the end of today. I'm holding them so that you are, wondering what that's going to be. So we're very excited to be able to share some new information with you at the end of the day. So let's get started back with our panel. Everybody in the room, please be seated. I hope our online folks are back. So that you all know, we have a live feed, obviously, on YouTube and Facebook, but we are also doing live social media. So please feel free to repost and like all of that over the next few days and even now. All right, let's bring up our next panel. The next panel is on climate change, data, and technology. This is one you are going to be very interested in hearing. So let me hand it over to Ms. Rebecca Harnett, who will moderate this panel. Rebecca?
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Happy to join you all, and thank you for staying and going through this last part of today. We have two really good sessions for you, kind of shifting gears a little bit. So what we're going to talk about now is climate-driven data and technology and learning what's on the cutting edge and emerging in this field. But before we get into those specifics, let's really talk about the story. We've heard it come up in bits and pieces today, but for more than 2 decades, changing climate conditions have been a driver in increasing the risk and severity of wildfires in the United States, which too often result in perilous impacts on people and communities. Wildfires require the right alignment of climatic conditions, including increased heat, extended periods of drought, and a thirsty atmosphere, which pose both direct and indirect ties to climate variability and an increased propensity for wildfire. Between just 2020 and 2022, drought and persistent heat set the stage for an extraordinary wildfire seasons across many western states, with all 3 years surpassing an average of 1.2 million acres burned. Extreme fire behavior resulted in several huge blazes that burned for months, and in some cases incinerating and devastating entire communities. Now as we shift to the wildland-urban interface, or the WUI, those fires are distinct from other threats that we associate with climate and extreme weather, whether that's hurricanes and floods, which we're all very familiar with. Because what's unique is that as each structure burns in the built environment, it increases the intensity of that fire. Wildfire propagation models have been used for many years, primarily for wildland, but they are limited in that they have not been able to estimate structure-to-structure spread and structural damages with much success. Early studies in wildfire behavior in communities emphasize short-range interactions between structure and its immediate environment and the vegetation surrounding it. And this did help us result in adoption of the home ignition zone concept. However, the impact of this interconnectivity of wildfire spread and damage has not been widely understood, much less embraced by policymakers when assessing wildfire behavior. It is imperative that we bridge this gap with sound science translated into policy solutions. Recent advancements in science are helping us to better understand, predict, and mitigate impacts of fires in the wildland-urban interface and structure-to-structure spread, or urban conflagrations. For example, researchers at Colorado State University and a few others have developed a computationally efficient model that can accurately predict structure damage and accurately trace how a fire will run through a community and spread through that community. This emerging body of science is also helping us to establish a scientific basis for understanding wildfire vulnerability in the built environment by predicting the boundaries and structural vulnerabilities within a community. This is just one example of a recent scientific breakthrough that is building the foundation for how we can better mitigate and prepare people and communities in these fire-related impacts in fire-prone communities. In this session, you will hear from scientists and leaders working at the forefront of fire-related challenges and gain insights about the opportunities before us in adapting to the realities of a changing climate. And let's get started with our first panelist. Kate Dargan-Markey is a senior wildfire advisor for the Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation. She will be discussing the 50-year strategy for climate prevention and protection, fire prevention and protection in a changing climate. Thank you, Kate.
So good afternoon, and thank you, Dr. Moore-Merrill, for the opportunity to speak to all of you today, here and online. I'm going to change the focus of our conversation today. We have been very granular, talking about very specific things at the scale on the ground with our firefighters and our communities, individuals. I'm going to take us up to 50,000 feet in 50 years, because we are here to celebrate also at this summit the 50-year anniversary of the Fire Prevention and Control Act. And it takes us time in this fire service industry to get things accomplished that we know need to get done. It can take decades to do that. And so I'm going to perhaps tell you a few things about wildfire and some WUI fire that you don't know. Some of it might seem a little controversial, but that is what we're going to discuss today. A little bit about me. I'm here representing the Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation. Gordon Moore was the founder of Intel. They are one of the country's large philanthropies, and the philanthropic community is anxious to help with the wildfire issues, both on the ecosystem side and the community system side. I have 47 years in the fire space. I was a firefighter in 1977. I did a 30-year career with CAL FIRE. I was the state fire marshal of California. I founded a tech company. I've worked for the White House as a policy advisor on these issues. I'm now helping other parts of the industry find their way on this issue. So I just want to submit to you, I think deep and I think long about our wildfire issues. The things I'm going to present today are big picture issues. And my offer is as an invitation to help come together as a community. Dr. Lori's leadership in this is phenomenal, but we do need to think decades long and develop a strategic plan. So the call to action is, we need, as a country, a national strategy that is climate and resource reality based. And I mean climate reality based in terms of we are probably going to blow past 1.5 degrees centigrade temperature increase. We are hoping to keep it under 3. The amount of change that is coming in our direction that is going to be disastrous, catastrophic, and difficult to absorb is real. We are in the early days of this. It is profound and sobering. Reality-based means there is only so much money and so much workforce out there to deal with the level of disaster, mitigation, preparedness, and response that's coming at us. There is only so much that we will be able to bring to bear to that. So we need to have a clear-eyed focus on what climate is going to come, what our resources are going to be, and we need to develop an integrated national strategy that is 50 years in scope, and we need to benchmark it for the first 25 years in five-year operational periods, just like we do on large incidents. Run our operational periods against our outcomes, against the resources that we have, and develop clear objectives for each of those 5-year periods to get us there. The sobering news. This is just hot off the press science. One of the grants that we invested in is the Carey Institute. It's a complicated slide, but I'm going to translate it for you. You can see hopefully where 2020 is on that chart. That was the record year for wildfire. That is the blue bar across the base of the graph. And by 2050, we will have 4x'd the volume of fire that we experienced in 2020 in the western United States in our forested environments, but primarily across the West. This will be mimicked somewhat throughout the entire country. The particular study here was focused on the West. Good fire, bad fire. We need to hold in our heads that good fire and bad fire have a place in our discussion. We experience wildfire as a bad fire phenomenon, but we actually need more good fire in the ecosystems that we have. We have to encourage actually more acres than are burning today. So we have to do that. We set a national goal. We need as much beneficial fire, good fire in our ecosystems as necessary, but with no severe consequences, no loss of community, no loss of ecosystem values, structures, water sources, the resources that come with that. Like I said, this means more fires than burn today, but they have to burn at the right intensity. It's not the volume of fire that is our biggest problem. It is the heat load that that fire carries. So our national wildfire strategy is simple. Prepare and protect our communities. That must be one of our first priorities. We need to manage fires appropriately, manage for heat intensity, and we need to restore ecosystems where necessary. So what that means is prepared communities. I'll show you a couple of examples. Rebecca mentioned the Colorado State University project, but we need communities to understand the very focused, minimal level of mitigations necessary to survive, withstand, and the wildland-urban interface or wildfire exposures they're going to be threatened with. And we need to be more clear-minded about the difference between the wildland-urban interface fires and the urban conflagration components therein, and the wildfire exposures, ember exposures, et cetera, that come from that side of the equation. We need to talk about modifying our full suppression fire model with the Forest Service managed fire model and find out where they can intersect. Not all fires should be put out immediately, necessarily, in this future model, because, like I said, we need a lot of fire. We just need to manage down the intensity. Very interesting discussions going on right now about how to use autonomous capabilities, robotics, et cetera. One of those is underpinned by the FireSat system. FireSat is going to be launched starting in 2025. The first 4 satellites are going to go up. This will provide a global low Earth orbit fire data stream every 15 minutes for every fire between 1/4, starting at 1/4 and 1 acre in size, globally, every fire, let's call it a minimum of 1 acre, every 15 minutes, 1 data source. This is going to ramp up our ability to use fire data, both operationally and real-time decision support, as well as our research needs. And additionally, we're working with AI. We're pinpointing the fire exposure, structural conflagrations, et cetera, with the Colorado State University. This is already in field testing in Mission Rancho Viejo in California. And one of the difficult things that we're going to have to start talking about in the years ahead are the difficult subjects of triage and trade-offs. We are going to be in a position where we cannot save all things. We cannot save all ecosystems. We cannot eliminate all smoke. We are going to have a structure around which to make decisions for both triage and trade-off relative to these issues. We suppose and submit that we should be focusing on county-level interventions. We should be ticking these counties off, the highest-risk counties, over the next 10 to 20 years, absolutely giving them implementation plans for wildfire resiliency and mitigation. And on our ecosystem side, we should be focused on watersheds. Lastly, we propose that a 50-year wildfire strategy be developed that starts with the 2025 understanding that this is unpredictable disasters, and let us move by decade to the understanding that fire can be a valuable opportunity as long as we are not suffering the severe consequences that we think of today. So I invite you, your agencies, as individuals, to join us in developing a 50-year strategy in the year or two ahead, and thank you very much for the opportunity to share that idea with you today. I will now introduce Gavin Horn, who is the Research Director for Underwriter Laboratories,
and he will be speaking on the science of community conflagration and our climate factors. Thank you.
It was fairly remarkable how fast the fire was moving. When we were patrolling that area in the early morning hours, I remember at some point remarking to Chris, hey, do you realize it's 10 o'clock in the morning?
Visibility, I would say, was probably just maybe 5 to 10 feet out in front of the truck. And what we could see through the smoke was just balls of orange, which happened to be bushes, trees, or structures that were on fire.
What you've just seen and heard is an example of what our firefighters are facing when they're responding to wildfires as they make their way into the urban interface and into communities, creating community conflagrations, driven by hotter, drier climates, and importantly, windier conditions. Now, we've heard about community conflagrations in history books. Go back to the 1600s, the Great Fire of London, the 1800s, the Great Chicago Fire. But it's not a word we've heard much recently when we think about the modern building stock. Unfortunately, this video was from 2018, Los Angeles County, the Woolsey Fire. It is not unique anymore. We can move just a little bit farther north in the state of California to 2017, Sonoma and Napa counties, and this is a Tubbs fire. Now, this is a picture you've probably seen at some point, a map of an area that's outlined with the extents that are burned by this wildland or wildland urban interface fire, and you see little dots within there. In this case, the blue dots are destroyed structure, damaged structures, excuse me, and the orange ones are many more of the destroyed, over 5,000 in this fire. But you notice those dots aren't uniformly distributed throughout the area. They're concentrated in some highly dense locations, such as we see down the southwest corner in Santa Rosa. And as we zoom in there, you can see the massive devastation in this one neighborhood, the Coffey Park neighborhood, how closely spaced these structures are. And the before and after pictures tell us some important information as we move forward and investigate and research this problem. Note the post-fire on the bottom right-hand corner. While these structures are destroyed in many cases to the foundations, you see in some cases there are trees still green with leaves on them in their front and their backyards. We see this repeatedly, and it tells us some of the importance about the structure-to-structure fire spread in many of these cases when we get to these urban conflagrations. The structure-to-structure fire spread that we don't know nearly enough about, as we just heard and from some of the models. This is not just a California problem, of course. 2021, Marshall Fire in Boulder County, Colorado. And if anyone remembers when this occurred, this was December 30th in Boulder County, Colorado. We want to talk about change in climate and how that impacts when and where fires occur. We see again this similar map where we see the outline of the fire, relatively smaller. This was about 1,000 structures that were destroyed in this fire. But again, we see those structures that are tightly concentrated in specific areas. You can again compare the before and the after fire. Again, trees still standing in the front and the backyards. And you see in the middle of this picture, there's actually one structure that's still standing that tells us a little bit of useful information. Notice it's on the corner. It's got more structural separation on two sides. That leads us to some clues, not definitive evidence, but clues about what might be happening here. I also want to point out the fact you see on the ground that's white. That's not ash that has settled down on the ground. Remember, this is Colorado in December. After this fire came through, after very hot, very dry summer and fall, fueled by winds with gusts over 100 miles an hour, a snowstorm came through and helped suppress this fire. This is not something we can rely on for communities throughout the country. So we need to learn more about how we can address some of these fires when we're looking at them from the perspective of our firefighters, from their SUVs. And we hear them talking about those balls of flame that are not just the trees and the bushes, but now the structures, which we don't know nearly enough about. We know the models have often looked at them as targets. So the heat transfer from those vegetative fuels to the structures. We don't have nearly enough information to understand how those structures then become fuel and become a source for fires and transfer to the next, and then to the next, and the next. We know a little bit about vegetative fuels, how the temperature and the humidity can impact the moisture that's within those fuels, both live and dead. We talk about 1 and 10 and 100-hour fuels, but we don't know how that impacts the combustibility or the ignition possibilities for some of these building environments, such as wood roofs and wood siding. And we don't know the impact of these flames that are being stretched by 50, 60, maybe sometimes 100-mile-an-hour winds that can not only go from structure to structure, but include things in the middle of them, such as automobiles and fences and decks. We can go back to the picture from that fire SUV, and you can notice these streaks of light that are overhead. And when the video was playing, you saw rivers of fire, these little embers that are flowing together down the road, blown by winds. These are firebrands, sometimes referred to as embers, small pieces of material. They can be structural materials, they can be vegetative materials. They get hot enough they may ignite and have flaming combustion, or they might just be smoldering, but they break off from whatever they started, and they can be transported by wind. Remember, as we're having winds up to 100 miles an hour in some cases, we've seen these not only going 10 and hundreds of feet, in some cases thousands of feet or more than a mile, where they can transfer this fire ahead of the structure. And they can land on receptive fuel beds and become more and more receptive as they get warmer and drier. And they can begin to build up these piles on decks, on roofs, near fences, or anywhere around our structure, and then continue that transmission of fire. Not just necessarily structure to structure, but in some cases, again, hundreds to thousands of feet downwind, possibly even beyond the lines where our firefighters are setting up to defend. And we also need to understand that we have to help our communities to recover from these events, because we will not be able to prevent all of these wildland fires from occurring. But we know that we want our communities to be able to rebuild from this state of destruction to where those can move back into their structures that were damaged and rebuild those that were destroyed. But what we've found is not all the damage occurs above the ground. And we've had some conversations around water scarcity and how climate change might impact that. What we've also found is that water distribution systems, in many cases buried underground from some of these events, may be contaminated, in some cases taking up to 5 years after the fire has occurred, and many people are back in their communities before we can deliver clean and safe drinking water to those communities. All things that we must be able to research and understand so that we can learn lessons from the past. I started off by showing this map of the Tubbs fire in 2017. Over 5,000 structures destroyed. We don't have to go too far back in history and look at the exact same area in 1964 in the Hanley fire, and we can see a very similar burn scar. So we have an equation now, an area in our communities where we have a regular return of fire. We're getting hotter and drier communities and windier days, and now we're also adding to them high-density structures that are built in these areas. This is information that we must take into account as we plan communities and as we continue our research into the future. So thank you very much for your attention. I'd like to turn it over now to Dr. Mike Falkowski, who's a program manager for the Applied Sciences Wildland Fire Program with NASA. Dr. Falkowski will discuss fire sense and protecting communities from wildfire. Thank you.
Thank you, Gavin, and thank you, Dr. Lori Mormel, for the invitation to be here today. It's a real privilege and honor. So today I'm going to speak briefly about some existing and future technological capabilities that we have at our disposal to better understand and manage wildland fire. I'll also briefly touch on some barriers that exist when we try to transition these technologies into operations, as well as an approach that we are using in the NASA Fire Sense project to help reduce some of these barriers to transition. At NASA, we currently operate about 30 different Earth observation satellites that measure and monitor Earth system processes at global to local scales. These satellites work together to help us understand interconnected Earth system dynamics and are also used to drive decision-making by a wide variety of end users across the globe. Many of these satellites have applications that support decision-making across the fire lifecycle, including helping us understand and mitigate pre-fire risk, detecting and tracking active fire, and understanding the impacts that fire has on ecosystems and communities. One example application of satellite data that we have at NASA and also NOAA is these active fire data from both MODIS and VIIRS. MODIS is on board the Terra and Aqua satellites and has been operating for nearly 25 years to measure land, ocean, and atmospheric properties. Active fire detection and tracking has been one popular application of MODIS data. The animation that you see here shows fire radiative power, or the amount of energy released by the fire over the 2020 fire season. These data have been invaluable assets for driving discovery in fire science and improving our understanding of the role that fire plays in the Earth system. And these data also support operational decision-making across the globe. Data such as these are distributed in many different places, such as the Fire Information for Resource Management System, otherwise known as FIRMS, which is a collaboration between NASA and the U.S. Forest Service. FIRMS delivers actionable information on fire and smoke properties to end users across the globe. It is used operationally, and in many parts of the world, the data on FIRMS are the only decision data available for operational end users. FIRMS continues to provide these data, and we are working to transition the algorithms on FIRMS to operate with the VIIRS sensor, as Terra and Aqua are now being decommissioned. Environmental intelligence data derived from Earth observation satellites will continue to be critical to help solve the fire situation that we face in this country, as well as in other parts of the world. For example, Earth observation data can be used to better understand and improve community resilience to wildland fire, support decision-making to reduce fire risk to adjacent communities, and help support the safe return of beneficial fire to ecosystems that have coexisted with and thrived with fire for millennia. We, as a community, have a myriad of technologies and data sets available to help support operational decision-making across the fire lifecycle. However, from where I sit, I see that the integration of these capabilities in decision-making is very slow, or quite frankly, simply does not happen, even as our technology capabilities continue to grow. This slide shows just a few existing Earth observation capabilities that could transform how we manage fire and ultimately protect communities. For example, the animation that you see here on the left-hand side of the slide is from the Global Ecosystems Dynamics mission, otherwise known as JEDI, which is a LiDAR instrument on board the International Space Station that measures forest height, structure, and biomass at global scales. Data such as these provide information on vegetation structure that could really revolutionize how we understand pre-fire fuels conditions when it's related to fuel structure. We also recently launched the Tempo satellite, which is providing air quality measurements, including those associated with wildland fire, at hourly timescales across North America that could be used to improve air quality forecasts from wildland fire emissions. And in the very near future, we will launch satellites like NISAR and SBG, which will have many applications, including measuring soil and fuel moisture and fire impacts at high spatial and temporal resolutions. Okay, so there are many different barriers that we face when we integrate new technology into operations, far too many to fully address in today's talk. But one barrier that we are working to solve through NASA's FireSense project is a transition barrier related to how technology is developed, typically with little to no consultation with practitioners until far too late in the process. On the top of this slide, I show what I call the traditional model of technology development, which is typically scientist or engineer-centered. The new capability is developed in isolation with little to no consultation with the end users or the practitioners. Although this approach can be an engine for scientific discovery, the tools developed often are not fit for purpose and thus are ultimately not transitioned into operations, but rather end up in what is often referred to as the valley of death. On the bottom of this slide, I'm showing a relatively novel approach which we are using in the NASA FireSense project that we hope will increase the number of technologies transitioned into operations. In this model, we are embedding scientists and engineers with wildland fire management practitioners to co-define problems and co-develop solutions that leverage current Earth observation capabilities. We believe that this environment of co-creation will help foster the transition of existing capabilities into operations. And with that, I'll briefly talk about the NASA FireSense project, which is focused on delivering earth science and technology capabilities to operational fire management agencies, and has been developed from day one with input from stakeholders and practitioners. When the project first began, we asked the end users in the fire management agencies to articulate the needs and the barriers that they saw in transitioning technology capabilities into wildland fire management. We took what we learned from these early conversations to build FireSense around 4 use cases that include pre-fire, active fire, post-fire, and air quality applications. We currently have teams working together to address operational needs in each of these areas, and hopefully by working together, they will successfully bring existing technologies into operations. Through FireSense, we are actively collaborating with fire management agencies, and we bring our technologies to them to support operational activities. And this is one example where we demonstrated some technologies, some of our airborne technologies over a very large prescribed fire that's conducted on the Fish Lake National Forest in Utah to restore aspen ecosystems. These ecosystems are really important for habitats for elk and other wildlife and have become encroached by conifers due to fire suppression, so the U.S. Forest Service intentionally lights very large, intense fires to restore these ecosystems. We came out and had folks in the field measuring attributes such as soil moisture and fire behavior in conjunction with the active fire operations and our aircraft flying over these fires. So this was a really great example of how we can collaborate together to develop and evaluate technology in a situation that, in this situation, is a prescribed fire, but it's really analogous to what a wildland fire looks like, and so it's a great way to test these types of technologies in a safer operating environment. So with that, I am going to end on this slide, which presents a conceptual vision of the future and emphasizes the need for collaboration across boundaries to fully address the fire situation that we face in this country and across the globe. Each agency, each organization, and each community have unique perspectives and capabilities that need to be leveraged and integrated to help solve the problem at hand. For example, we have a variety of satellites from domestic agencies such as NASA and NOAA, as well as foreign governments in the commercial sector. We have invaluable knowledge and data sets from land management and fire management agencies, all which can be combined in a modeling environment to perform scenario planning to understand and mitigate community risk and feed real-time information into active fire situations. So with that, I will introduce Robin Heffernan. Robin is a senior advisor with the National Fire Weather Services under NOAA, and she will be discussing future fire weather science and data for accurate forecasting and long-range projections. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. NOAA understands that fire is a natural part of our ecosystem and that the management of lands, including fire, is a continuum. NOAA has 3 separate line offices that work together to provide products and services for you. NOAA's main service delivery organization is the National Weather Service, which is the agency I'm representing here today. NOAA's Satellite and Observations Organization is the National Environmental Satellite and Data Information Service, NESDIS. And our main research branch is the Office of Oceanic and Atmospheric Research. Throughout these organizations, we have numerous service entities that bring you the data, products, and services that you've come to rely on. The National Weather Service Climate Prediction Center provides monthly and seasonal outlooks that inform seasonal fire potential outlooks. The Storm Prediction Center outlines areas of critical fire potential for interest out through day 8. And as the details of weather concerns become more confident, the National Weather Service forecast offices issue hazard products such as fire weather watches and red flag warnings, in addition to general fire planning forecasts, and also site-specific, upon request, spot forecasts for particular incidents. NESDIS satellites are always watching. They are continually monitoring the entire continental and U.S., Alaska, and the Pacific Islands, both for weather conditions as well as new fire starts. OAR's Global System Laboratory ingests this satellite information and provides modeling on smoke concentrations and trajectories and other air quality concerns. And finally, our National Weather Service incident meteorologists are out on the front lines working hand in hand with incident management teams, informing critical decisions that save lives and protect communities. NOAA fights fire with science services. providing science-based decision support products and services for all phases of the fire life cycle. We begin with the end in mind. With the intent of making an impact, we start by evaluating the gap in fire weather information that partners, such as yourselves, need to make critical decisions. Then we work backwards to evaluate why does that gap exist. Is it a science gap? Is it a technology gap? Is it a research gap? An application gap? Perhaps a social science application gap? Throughout the research and development process, we navigate a solution and send it forward through the same process for implementation and hopefully have an impact and results. When we look at factors that drive wildland and WUI fires, we know that the fire construct, the fire triangle, remains the same. We know that the combination of fuels, weather, and topography allow fires to ignite and determine their behavior. Of course, the most dynamic of these being weather. We also know that the long-term aggregate of weather, climate, has driven much of what now is being called a fire crisis. Climate change has led to more dramatic and frequent weather extremes that exacerbate fire risk and prolong recovery. We can also trace these climate impacts to vegetative health, growth, and bug and disease infestation, leading to fuel susceptibility for extreme fire behavior and rapid spread. This is all playing out across the backdrop of a history of fire suppression, merging with continuous new development in the wildland-urban interface. All of these impact areas that you see on this screen can be mitigated in some way with improved predictive transparency into the likelihood and timing of potential long-range outcomes. But that is going to take all of us to get there. Our challenge. As the landscape of fire is continuing to change, so does the support we provide for wildland and WUI fire. The challenge that we have in front of us is to learn to live with fire while limiting the impacts of fire on communities. It is not necessarily limiting wildland fire itself. Our strength is unique. It is that everything in this mission space, down to the phenomena of fire itself, is shared. And the power of that is huge. How we meet this challenge is to amplify our strength of true collaboration, where we each participate through the lens of our own individual agency missions to collaborate and build an outcome that we all own, regardless of agency or jurisdiction. This starts with transformational change, such as integration of our data with projects like NERIS and the Wildland Fire Interagency Data Management Enterprise, IDME, which is the Wildland Fire sister to the NERIS system. We need to transition from single agency production of services to co-production of services with interagency partners. Why? Shared mission space. One of the very first training classes a firefighter goes through, they learn about that fire triangle, about fuels, weather, and topography, and how they work together, and you cannot break them apart because physics does not work that way. But for the rest of their career, they will be provided with a fire weather forecast, separate from a fuels analysis, separate from a topographic map, separate from a fire behavior analysis. And each person in the field will put those pieces together and come up with their own story. We need to do better. We must shift from response-focused science delivery to equitable support for all phases of wildland and WUI fire, including land management. We need to support a baseline set of equitable fire science and technology services across the nation. And in doing so, we will support the tenets of the Wildland Fire Cohesive Strategy and inform fire management, adaptation, and resilience. One of these transformational change agents is the new NOAA Fire Weather Test Bed, which has been established through Disaster Supplemental and Infrastructure Act investments. While the test bed lives in NOAA, it is much bigger than NOAA, and it's much bigger than fire weather, as the name implies. It's been carefully designed to take practitioners across science, land, fire, and emergency management with technological developers through experiments that have been carefully designed and evaluated with social scientists. It is an interagency platform to evolve high-readiness fire environment science and technological advancements for operational deployment. This testbed fills a long-term gap that has existed in the fire community and serves a fundamental role in the research to operations pathway. Our first experiment that was conducted this June, and you'll have an opportunity to learn a little bit more about that in the next session, took meteorologists across the country paired with their closest emergency or fire management partner and had them evaluate a methodology of fire detection to fire warning together. Shared mission space and shared results. Working together is the only way that we are going to make a transformational and lasting change in this space in dealing with such a multifaceted issue. And we are here to partner with you to make that happen. Thank you. We will now transition to our last presenter, Dr. Steve Kerber. Kerber is the Vice President and the Executive Director of Underwriter Laboratories of the Fire Safety Research Institute. He will be speaking on the future of data-informed decisions with NERIS.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Well, we've heard a lot about the changing world that we live in. And what I'm going to talk about and what I want to acknowledge is what Dr. Lori has said publicly. Data is the lifeblood of the fire service. Now, I've lost track in the last 20 years the number of conferences that we've all been to together, the amount of strategic planning that we've done together. Out of all of those sessions, undoubtedly, we usually come to at some point that if we just had better data, we'd be able to make better decisions. If we just had better data, we would know what our problem is and we'd be able to address it more. Well, we're getting there. So let me give you a glimpse into the numerous opportunities, advancements, and strategic improvements that will come to our profession through the implementation of the National Emergency Response Information System, or what you're going to become very familiar with, NERIS. Before we really dig into NERIS, we really need to understand that when we talk about data in the fire service, we're talking a lot more than a data system. Fundamentally, our industry must acknowledge the importance of data. Data can't be a buzzword around the firehouse. It must be used and viewed as a core component of fire department management and decision-making. We use good and reliable data to obtain information that leads to decisions. These decisions allow for a proper understanding of risk and help us understand the necessary resources to protect our citizens and communities. We must realize that the need for data is not a new idea. This initiative is built upon disaster, tragedy, large fires and incidents, big and small, that require us to think and understand better and differently than ever before. The goal of NERIS is simple. We're going to empower local fire and emergency services community by equipping them with near real-time information and analytic tools that support data-informed decision-making for enhanced preparedness and response to incidents involving all hazards. Last year, we talked about what we'd started with NERIS. Now, just 12 months later, with a whole lot of encouragement from Lori and a whole lot of support and knowledge by Rebecca and the FSRI team, we now have a functional system that's being built and improved every day. In the last year, we've onboarded 6 fire departments to test it in a prototype phase. We've engaged the public with our data schemas, spoken at dozens of in-person and virtual events, and onboarded now over 50 fire departments as beta agencies in August. Later this month, we'll announce another 100 agencies representing the first adoption of V1 or version 1 of NERIS. And starting January 1st, 2025, we'll begin a transition year that with NERIS in which departments can begin submitting emergency incident data into a system whenever they're ready to pivot. In January of the following year, just 15 or so months away, the legacy ENFR system will be decommissioned. NERIS provides a node for each fire department in the country to enter information about their specific entity. As you look at some of the pieces here, you're going to see that this information can be used to provide analytics related to deployment, risk, and performance. A lot of this will be pre-populated before any of you even get into the system, and you'll be able to tweak it to make sure it's accurate and able to be moved forward. One of the primary benefits in NERIS is to allow data to work for the firefighters, company officers, fire chiefs, and other decision makers within fire organizations. These departments will, many of which be for the first time, be able to instantly access key analytics and metrics about their responses to know and have it in a time-sensitive manner and see what's going on throughout their jurisdictions. These dashboards will appear and be free and customizable for agencies. What you see right here is a glimpse of the interactive and dynamic analytics already developed and available in the beta version of NERIS. NERIS allows the data to be further enhanced by adding information regarding climate, weather, social vulnerability data, and that's just a very few of the low-hanging fruit that's going to be in there to start. The future of analytics and data science in NERIS is exciting. Today, tools can move us forward, seeing patterns sooner and be able to predict future risks. With data analyzed and provided to local fire services intelligence, we can help solve problems and make our country safer from the perils of fire and other emergencies that plague our populations. With the growth of data, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and advancements in ensemble models, imagine what NERIS will be able to provide in just a few short years. National partners, some of which we just heard on this panel, whether it's NOAA's National Weather Service, NASA, USGS, the Earth Fire Alliance, many others, they're poised to provide an influx of high-quality, authoritative data and imagery not previously available. What is more is the analytic and ensemble models that will become available through these efforts, coupled with the new Fire Environment Center and the proposed Fire Intelligence Center, are vital to NERIS and the local fire service. The combination of these efforts and integration with NERIS will provide the predictive and probabilistic insights needed to prepare the local fire service and communities today and into the future. These advancements will equip us with data-informed intelligence like we've never seen before. We'll be able to answer all kinds of questions, looking at climate change impacts and the likelihood of ignition, wind conditions, vegetation characteristics, and how those changes alter risk. We'll understand the impact of different mitigations that the community has in vulnerability and network setting and a parcel and structural level within immediate first due areas all across the country. We'll also have insights into where and how to effectively align our investments to build the right response capabilities in our local departments that will be able to meet the requirements of emerging hazards with a changing climate. A lot's happened in a short period of time, but with NERIS, there's a lot more work to go. It's a seemingly endless list of possibilities that we have ahead of us, and our goal by the end of calendar year 2026 is to usher in over 24,000 fire departments into NERIS under various phases. Make sure your agencies and organizations stay connected with this transformational project and all the things that will improve for the fire and emergency response profession. We're looking forward to doing this with all of you. It is your system, and as you improve it and as we work together, we're going to be able to make data continue to be the lifeblood of the fire service like Lori has envisioned. Thank you.
Dr. Kerber, thank you so much. So NERIS is coming. It's happening, you all. So I hope that you are excited. As this panel moves, I'm going to give you a little information. You know, I told you that I would share some announcements with you. First of all, I want to thank the work groups, by the way. I know you're all in the room. Many of you have worked over a year on a lot of these initiatives, and I just want to take a minute to say thank you to our work groups. We'll have you stand up in just a moment. Well, after the next panel, we're going to do that. But the announcement that I wanted to share with you is that around the wildfire space, one of our challenges has been helping people understand, decision makers, Congress, the White House, all understand the difference in wildfire, interface fire, and conflagration in communities. And so we continue to lean into that. Part of that is establishing our wildfire policy branch that operates out of FEMA headquarters in my office. We are bringing on, in just 2 weeks, 10 days, it's taken us a while to get him here, but we are bringing on our new Wildfire Policy Branch Chief, and that is going to be Chief Bob Horton from Oregon, and who has worked and served in the Western Fire Chiefs. Bob, if you're here, stand up. Bob is your new USFA Wildfire Policy Branch Chief. So we're excited to have him join the USFA team. We continue to try to find these rock stars across our industry and bring them in. So Bob, welcome. And now let's welcome Rebecca. I'm going to bring you back to moderate the next panel, because one of the initiatives that Bob will be walking into is the project on our wildfire evacuation. We have to do it differently. You saw, and Gavin, I think that video that Dr. Horn showed really helps us understand, how do you evacuate from that when fire dynamics are at play, not just in structures, but in our environment. So let me hand it back so that Rebecca can moderate, and we can begin to talk about how do we reassess and reinform how we do wildfire evacuation. Rebecca?
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and this is the last in our panels of Science to the Station, and it's a really critical topic that I'm really happy that we're having this opportunity to cover, although we have quite a road ahead in how we tackle it. So we just talked in the previous session about climate-related data and the propensity of wildfire as a result of current climatic conditions and the projections as we move forward. The post-fire investigations from several of these major wildfires in wildland-urban interface and community conflagrations reveal some different patterns in life safety, and those relate particularly to the evacuation. This includes challenges in messaging, notification, evacuation process and decisions, traffic flows, temporary refuge areas or areas of last resort, associated actions in the rescues, and the unfortunate reality of fatalities in the process of evacuation. In the 2018 Camp Fire, the combination of ignition location, timing, weather, and fuel conditions resulted in little time for those affected communities to evacuate safely before being impacted by the spreading of fire. The heavy traffic volume, combined with deteriorating conditions as the fire arrived, contributed to the rapid development of widespread gridlock. Routes that took 25 minutes in normal traffic now took several hours, if they were passable at all. Many people became trapped within the community with no safe egress route. Hundreds of evacuees were exposed directly to hazardous fire conditions in burnover events. This resulted in entrapments, near misses, and fatalities. Similar patterns in life safety issues are emerging in the ongoing investigation from the 2023 Lahaina, Hawaii fire, and are documented in other incident after action reviews. So in response to the growing challenges, the U.S. Fire Administration and FEMA launched the Wildfire Evacuation Project earlier this year. The initiative is designed to help communities develop more effective and efficient evacuation plans and execute their operations with greater life safety. We understand that time is of the essence in any disaster, and having clear, actionable, and evidence-based evacuation plans and procedures in place can make all the difference in saving lives. The project aims to enhance coordination between local, state, and federal agencies, improve communication of early warning, evacuation notifications, and ensure that vulnerable populations have access to timely and accurate evacuation information to safely evacuate from wildfires. And today we'll be sharing some of the latest in science and technology development that are pivotal contributions in improving wildfire evacuation planning and operations. Together, we can make meaningful progress in safeguarding our communities from the dangers of wildfires, and I look forward to hearing from this panel on contributing to our wildfire evacuation project. Our first presenter is Ryan Langclose. Ryan is the Director of National Government and Public Safety Solutions, who will be speaking on wildfire evacuations in areas of last resort, leveraging geospatial or location-enabled technology. And with that, over to you, Ryan. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you, and thank you for the invitation to join and for all of your service, what you're doing out there in the communities each and every day. It's a pleasure to be here. As Rebecca said, I'm here to talk about geographic technology, geospatial technology, location technologies, a lot of words for what I'm talking about. But it is this panel around science, and so I'm here as a scientist today, a geographer, somebody that looks at where things exist in our world. But more importantly, not just where they exist, but tell me more about it. I want to know what it is. I want to know details about the people, the things, the infrastructure, the elements of our world, and not just what they are, but when they occurred in history, where they are today, and maybe even projecting what's going to be there tomorrow. You see, these are the aspects of this science, of what I would say is the science of our world, that begins to help us organize all of these factors together to tackle the complex problem around evacuations in areas of last resort. I would say that our challenge, and collectively what we're tackling with USFA, is seeing our world all the way down into the communities as a single system and understanding how each of those factors start to relate to each other. Now, I said I'm a geographer and I'm up here, but I would guarantee if I ask this question, and feel free to participate, it's late in the afternoon, how many of you like maps? You can raise a hand. Yeah, I love it. All right. How many of you look at that map and begin to start asking questions immediately? Like, tell me more about this, or tell me something about that, or what's on the other edge of the boundary of that map? You see, you're probably a geographer too, right? Maps are the language of geography. They help us understand these patterns and relationships that I just described. They provide clarity in really complex situations. They can spur action and activity when we need it to occur if it's done correctly. And so when you think about maps, and you think about what we've just heard earlier around climate change and projections, that could be really hard for communities to actualize. Meaning, how do I take this global phenomenon of climate and make it actionable for me? How do I deal with a neighborhood and put things into practice today that are useful? Well, this map, for example, is from NOAA. It's part of the Climate Mapping for Resilience and Adaptation portal. And I've just selected one simple data layer looking at a mid-century projection from 2035 on that looks at days per year with no precipitation, so potential drought conditions. And this is on the lower end of the emissions. We heard in the last panel, we're probably going to shoot past that. So when you look at this map, what do you think? Say red is bad, right? So if you start to think about this down into a community and zoom into not just a county, but into a neighborhood, into a census level, we can start to have practical conversations about what does the future conditions look like? How does it change our planning assumptions for where we need to have new conversations that may not have been part of our plans before? For example, in my community where I live on the north side of Houston in Montgomery County, we have a lot of details behind these smart maps. They tell us about the population. They tell us about their poverty level, their income, their transportation reliance. It tells us a lot about if they're disadvantaged or not. So as we start to plan more effectively around the future conditions, we can take into account the people that we're serving to put plans into place that really help them in a more equitable way. Now, these on the right-hand side are indicators, and they're tiny little numbers, but they indicate both in the modeled history, what's occurred historically, which a lot of us rely on to make plans, how that's going to change in both the early, mid, and late century models for those projections. So now you have actual numbers and science to lean on to have conversations about where to start planning. And the U.S. Fire Administration is taking this challenge head on. You know, maps like this around the WUI, the Wildland Urban Interface Fire Community Awareness Explorer, was launched this year as a way for you in the fire service to have definitive conversations about where structures are in proximity to the Wildland Urban Interface. Now, why is that important? That previous map says that that territory is changing rapidly. urbanization growing into that wildland is changing rapidly. So there may be new parts of a community that you need to engage in these conversations. This map is one example of using great information to start the conversation. And more importantly, again, using myself as an example, living in Southern California, my wife and I could actually zoom into a map of our home in the foothills that were nearly affected by the line fire in San Bernardino County several weeks ago. And we can actually see where our home is located in the wildland, on the edge of the ignition zone and right next to the ember zone. And we worked on this to do defensible space and clearance because we're smart people that listen to all of you. But we need other people to pay attention to this. We need others to use maps to understand this phenomenon. So another map that I would like you to be aware of and start thinking about is, as you plan for this, think about using these pre-planning tools today. A lot of this is manual. You're literally able to sit down, in this case using the International Association of Fire Chiefs, or IFC's Evacuation Zone Pre-Planner, and look at your community. You can sit down around the table. You can load in critical infrastructure, schools, hospitals, nursing homes, government facilities, parking lots, areas where you can start to make a map that helps you understand the situation and start to design around that. So how many people live in a certain area? If we were to delineate a zone for evacuation that takes into account those particular areas of the population, how many people, again, and thinking back to where I started, tell me about their demographic characteristics to help me understand what I'm actually asking of them if I were to issue an evacuation warning. But all of this exists today to spur action. So the last thing I'll say about maps that exist today is they help us communicate and take action when it's needed. I mentioned the line fire in San Bernardino that affected, near my property there. This is a map coming from CAL FIRE. Our colleagues that you'll hear about later had a beautiful rendition of a map that shows not just in red the fire perimeter that was burning, but also the evacuation zones, red, green, and yellow, depending on their status of ready, set, or go, an indication of where the structures are in a three-dimensional scene to help people kind of materialize that, to visualize that in a way that makes sense to them, to look at things in a different perspective. Now, I've shared a lot about maps because I do think they're the language, but the technology that we're using to drive these maps is changing rapidly. And that's where the opportunity lies for all of us. You see, Geographic Information Systems, or GIS, the technology that derives these maps and dashboards, integrates all of that information I just described, plus your knowledge of the built environment and the area that you serve. You're critical to this component. You see, because while the technology is advancing and we can do things in artificial intelligence and machine learning like delineate pools and backyards, or delineate structures in a new environment, or extract road networks from imagery, it's still going to take you to be a part of this conversation. You see, we can also train machines to not just extract, but also to classify information. In this case, this is Lahaina, and this is using post-event imagery to classify structural damage after the fire. Red meaning that they were damaged, green were undamaged buildings. Now, this would have been a very manual process historically, with individuals literally moving structure by structure. But think about what we're experiencing right now in Florida, North Carolina, and doing this at a scale that rapidly allows us to assess and to prioritize action immediately. It's an example of using machine learning to drive behavior in our fire service to change the outcomes and to get resources more effectively into a community. You could say the same thing that we're doing right now in terms of delineating fire perimeters. If you live out west, you know nighttime flight operations are critical for understanding the potential burning front of a fire. Well, just as we experienced in the last two sessions, we're making extreme advancements in not just the sensor technology, but also in the ability to use AI to delineate an active front. So these are examples of what exists today. So what are we trying to do and what's the difference? Well, if we put all this together, the technology, the maps, and the machine learning, we can start to take proactive stances to delineate evacuation zones that are effectively designed, and also look for areas of last resort. What happens when somebody can't get out of an evacuation area? In this case, is a prototype based on science out of Japan for tsunamis. I'll take it away from wildfires for a minute. This is looking at walking time for an individual who got the alert to evacuate because of a tsunami at the coast. The dots are all the home structures in that area, the neighborhood. The red, green, and yellow lines are the walking paths and how long it would take somebody using scientific evidence to walk from point A to point B outside of that evacuation zone. Again, red is bad in this case. By using these tools, we can start to look for areas of last resort. In their case, where do I put a tower, a structure that people can go vertical as opposed to traveling across the land? And that's what you see played on the graphic here with the little dot that gets circled in that area red. We can place that area of last resort. They can go to that now as opposed to having to go outside of the evacuation zone. thereby hopefully saving lives. It's an example of what we can do with technology. And so that's why we're here and excited about the next step. It's going to take all of that effort plus you to be part of that conversation, because as we apply this geographic approach to this problem, as we look back on the report that Rebecca mentioned for the campfire in 2018, where NIST called out the value of areas of last resort and temporary refugee areas, like there are a lot of maps and data and examples of this out there today. You look at Marin County, I pulled one example. You look at South Australia County Fire as an example. You know, these processes and plans are available to do. How do we do it at a scale for our nation that allows us as a service to put this into practice much more quickly? So we can apply these machine learning points. We're going to need your help to verify and validate those assumptions and teach the machines to be an assistant to what we do. So that's where we're headed. That's what we're working on. And I really appreciate the time and expertise of all of you as well this weekend as well. Thank you very much for that time. All right, and next I'd like to invite Andrew Tompkins, who'll discuss evaluating wildfire evacuation plans with traffic simulations. Andrew's the Senior Director for Google Research. Andrew, over to you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Andrew. Thanks very much for the invite. It's an honor to be here. So I'm going to go deep into some of the things we just talked about on evacuation planning. The work I'm talking about here is work that was done by my colleagues at Google, Yu Chen, Yifan Chen, Damien Pierce, and Youssef Shafi. But they're published in a couple of papers that you can find if you search for Mill Valley evacuation on Google Scholar. Or you can send me an email to the email address on the screen there if you'd like. I'm happy to send you pointers. So we're talking about Mill Valley today, which is a small town about 14 miles north of San Francisco, about 14,000 people, 11,000 households, maybe 23,000 vehicles in the town, surrounded mostly by redwoods and the San Francisco Bay. You can kind of see on the map there, the red arrow points to Mill Valley, and the only high-volume way in or out of Mill Valley is on Route 101. And there's 3 exits. There's a north exit that has a couple of lanes leading to it. There's a middle one and a south one. And so evacuating the town requires efficiently getting people to one of those 3 exits. So after the Tubbs fire in 2017, the town of Mill Valley became nervous about the state of the evacuation plan, was interested to understand how to verify it and whether modifications were needed. A year later, after the Paradise Fire, the town felt that there were some similarities both in the structure around Mill Valley versus Paradise and also in the way that they had set up their evacuation plan. So the concerns became quite acute, and we wound up working together at Google and Mill Valley on a project studying this. The project involved Google researchers and folks from Mill Valley, the vice mayor, the police, fire, traffic consultancy, public works, all kind of working through what would be possible. And as a result of that, this was the first phase of the operation. This joint group came up with a plan, and the plan involved making a number of changes to the way traffic flowed through Mill Valley to try to improve the nature of the flow for an evacuation. And so I'm not going to go kind of too detailed into this plan. I'll give you one example here that shows that at that northernmost exit onto 101, there was the introduction in the plan of contraflow lanes that would allow more vehicles to flow towards the highway, and there was separate routing for emergency vehicles who were coming in off the highway. I know a lot of people at the summit have been saying, like, this is a great summit, but I just wish there were a ton more graphs and presentations. And so here you go. This is 3 scenarios. We set up a very detailed vehicle simulation using an off-the-shelf simulator called Sumo. We set up demands for where all the houses were in Mill Valley, and then we could put in models to say, here's how traffic will flow, here's when people will leave their houses depending on when the incident happens, and depending on what the the evacuation plan looks like. So the top row here is no changes to current traffic system. The middle row turns off the traffic lights, and the bottom row puts in place that evacuation plan that I just showed you that has the contraflow lanes. And so now you can kind of read what happens. So starting from the right, that rightmost column is what happens on that southbound exit to 101. You can see that we're getting about 20 vehicles an hour. In all three of those scenarios, that's a pretty good flow rate onto the highway. Okay, step one to the left, that's the middle intersection. You can see that there's a lot of population to the north, there's a lot of population to the south, not so much in the middle. That entire on-ramp is completely underutilized in all three of the scenarios. And then as you come to the northbound, those are the two leftmost columns here. Is northbound exit has both, the northmost exit has a northbound on-ramp and a southbound on-ramp. So we have two separate graphs for those. And you can see that in the original top flow, we're not getting the same volumes that we are in the south, especially on the top left on that northbound 101 north lane. We have the traffic lights still running, and it's stopping a lot of flow. When we turn the traffic lights off in the middle, we get a lot more flow in that northbound lane. And when we come down to the bottom row with the full evacuation plan, we see an aggregate of about 53 vehicles per minute on that bottom table. But all of the thinking and planning that went into putting in place that evacuation plan is almost identical to what we'd get just by turning off the traffic lights. So this actually led to a second phase of the study where we went a little bit deeper into what was happening and took a look at what was causing some of the shortcomings in the simulation model outcomes. And there's now a proposed modification that came out of phase 2. There's a separate paper on this proposed modification. You can see the contraflow structure was changed a little bit. The lane management was much more consistent. There were fewer merges, and one of the lanes in North Blythedale in the north towards that northmost exit on 101 was directed down to the middle exit onto 101. When those changes were put in place, you can see the original evacuation plan on the top, the new evacuation plan on the bottom. So going from the right again, we still see good flows on that southbound exit. But now that we've routed that traffic towards the middle exit, we see it's fully utilized until the entire population has been evacuated. And the two northbound lanes on that northmost exit are also fully occupied. So now we have a plan that operates much more effectively than what we had before by making a few key changes. But that first plan, maybe what I want to sort of point out about this is that there were a lot of really smart people from Mill Valley, from fire, from police, who understood the traffic flows in the town very well, and from the simulation side at Google. And the first plan that we all came up with together was not an effective utilization of the resources that we had. And it was only when we were able to perform the simulation and get the data that we could tweak it and bring it into better alignment. So now we have the simulation, and we can start to build out scenarios and say what happens if we have a refuge zone, what happens if we see more vehicles per household leaving, and the results are in this sort of on the left, the one vehicle per household scenario. The evacuation plan that we have has everybody out of the town about 2.5 hours, versus if we had nothing, it would be about 4.5 hours, which could be a pretty dramatic difference. So to conclude, I want to say maybe the first thing to really kind of say flat out is that this is not off-the-shelf technology. The amount of work that we had to do to get this running was quite significant. We used OpenStreetMaps, which is a pretty high-quality provider of maps, but still there are a lot of things necessary in order to get the maps to be right so that the simulation would work. We calibrated it against the Paradise Fire, which was in the spirit of not wasting a good tragedy, gave us the chance to see if we could match the actual events that took place there. So these approaches can be deployed quite a bit more broadly, but with some investment. But once you have it, there's a lot you can do in terms of scenario planning. This is just one example, which is you can define the zones within the region of Mill Valley and get a sense for who's getting out when. And are there parts of the city that are actually going to be impacted more dramatically than others? So with that, I'll close. And it's my pleasure now to introduce our next presenter, Dr. Jeanette Sutton, who's an associate professor in the College of Emergency Preparedness, Homeland Security, and Cybersecurity at the University of Albany in New York. She'll be talking on effective messaging for wildfire evacuations. Thanks.
Well, good afternoon. Glad to see that a whole bunch of people are still here. I want to start off by acknowledging that when the Wireless Emergency Alert Service was launched in 2012, emergency managers and other risk communicators did not receive training on how to write good messages. And so we have this legacy of 14 years now of messages that have been issued that don't conform to what we know from 70 years of empirical research and theory about how messages should be constructed. But I also want to acknowledge, especially for those who have been in really dire conditions, that we know that when you are faced with these situations where it's high stress, people's lives are on the line, you're doing the very best that you can. And so my goal and the goal of my teammates, my colleagues in research, and with the funder who supports our research, which is FEMA IPAWS, is to help to make it better and more possible to issue good alerts that help people to take action when they need to. When we started looking at wireless emergency alerts over the last decade, we assessed them for whether or not they were complete and contained the contents that are necessary to motivate action. There are 5 things that a message needs to include. It needs to include the source, the location, the hazard, the time, and the guidance that people need to take action. And when we looked across these messages for the last decade, we were able to quantify those things, and then we zeroed in on wildfire messages. And we focused on 2 years of messages from 2020 to 2022. And in that data set of 1,256 messages, we found that they were largely incomplete. They did not include those 5 different elements. And really importantly, what we noticed was that 64% of those messages did not include the name of the hazard. And the name of the hazard in this case would be something like wildfire. Instead, what we found was the use of what we call jargon or technical information that's familiar to all of you because you live in this space daily, you think evacuation, you think warnings and orders and such, but not necessarily familiar to the average everyday person who would receive these messages. And so it's jargon to them, but not to you. So when we look at the frequency of the use of this kind of jargon, we see on the right-hand side of this slide that most frequently we find evacuation warning and evacuation order, about 50%, which is what California uses. We also find voluntary evacuation and mandatory evacuation, pre-evacuation and evacuation, levels 1, 2, and 3, and then ready, set, go. So when we consider these things, we were really interested in knowing, well, if these messages are largely incomplete and they don't actually name the hazard, how do people think about these messages when they receive them? What is the impact of getting a message that doesn't say it's a wildfire hazard, but instead just being told evacuate? So we conducted one experiment in the town in Sacramento. And this one, we measured the effect of naming the hazard, naming the type of hazard. So we presented a scenario to our population. We said, imagine you live in Folsom, California. It is a weekend afternoon, and you are alone. You receive the following message on your cell phone, and it's one of these messages. They received either the hazard that was unnamed, and in this case, it says Sacramento County Office of Emergency Management, leave areas of I-80 and south of Folsom Lake now. Do not use I-80. Road is blocked. Check saccounty.gov for updates. And on the other side, when the hazard was named, it says it's a wildfire warning, and it's for the Coloma fire. We wanted to know, when we assessed this, whether or not people understood the message, whether or not they could personalize it to themselves, if they believed that the threat was real and that they needed to take action, if they could make a decision about what actions to take based upon the messages, and if they felt confident that they could actually achieve that protective action, And we also wanted to know about their perceptions of the organization that sent the message. And so what we found was, first, that when you name the hazard, you increase the understanding of the message receiver. We also asked some qualitative open-ended questions like why? Why did you feel these ways? And here's the first quote is, they were just telling you to get out without telling you exactly why. That they needed that additional information in order to understand the threat, what it could do to them, how to take action, and such and such. The second thing we found was that when you include the hazard name, organizations, it increases the credibility, the transparency, and the reputation of the organization that's sending the message. I think that's really important to consider. In some cases, our respondents said they seem like they are keeping details hidden. And I'm certain that that is not the intention of sending a wildfire warning or evacuation message. And then number 3, when you name the hazards, it increases self-efficacy for those who receive this wildfire message. And here is an example of somebody who says, this seems very confusing to me. I'm not sure where I would go because I don't know the kind of hazard that I'm evacuating for. So after we completed that experiment, we moved on to a second experiment. And for the sake of time, I'm only going to show you one part of our results. But in this case, we wanted to know a little bit more about how people understood the words evacuation warning and evacuation order. So we went back to Sacramento and we asked them about this. And importantly, there are definitions that have been adopted by the state of California about evacuation warning and order, and you're going to hear a little bit more about this in a moment. Evacuation warning is defined as potential threat to life and or property, and those who require additional time to evacuate, including individuals with access or functional needs, and those with pets and livestock should leave now. So it's informative, and in some cases, for some populations, if they feel like it, if they want to, they should leave. An evacuation order is implies an immediate threat to life, and that it is a lawful order to leave now. The area is lawfully closed to public access. Now, importantly, we need to remember that warning for the National Weather Service, which issues the most frequent wireless emergency alerts and other warnings, is an immediate call to action. So when you see these results, you might understand that when we asked, in your own words, what does evacuation order or evacuation warning mean, we found that 86% of our participants could correctly define evacuation order. They knew that that meant leave. However, almost 80% of our participants incorrectly defined evacuation warning. They also said it means leave. So if there is an intention of delivering a different kind of message to people, we need to reconsider how we structure those messages and the language that we use. This is especially important when we think about evacuation and mobilizing people at different points in time based upon the threat that they're facing, and that is one of my concerns as we continue to think about the evacuation project. But I want to leave you with some conclusions and recommendations. Because many message believers that we tested believed that they understood the technical jargon that was used in wildfire messages. But by looking at their qualitative responses, we see that they didn't. They didn't understand what they were being asked to do. So instead, my research team believes that we should stop using inconsistent and jargon-filled messages and instead lean into using plain language, especially naming the hazard itself, calling it a wildfire, adding that to your message of it's an evacuation warning for a wildfire, prepare now, or this is an evacuation warning for a wildfire, leave now. When we make messages more actionable, we can tell them to prepare or to leave, and it will affect their ability to take those actions effectively. Thank you very much, and now I'm going to turn this over to our next presenter. It's not listed on here, so I'm going to just introduce Nick Schuler, who is with the Deputy Director of Communications for CAL FIRE, who will be speaking about Alert California Advanced Technology for Wildfire Community Awareness.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to be here. I really appreciate it. So again, my name is Nick Schuler. I'm the Deputy Director of Communications for CAL FIRE, California State Firefighting Agency. This year alone, CAL FIRE and agencies across the state have responded to more than 6,600 wildfires, and our agency alone has responded to 464,000 emergencies. Of those wildfires, the state has seen more than 1 million acres burn. Many of these wildfires require large-scale evacuations, multi-agency coordination, and the ability to provide timely, accurate, and authoritative information to the public we serve. And it's important to note that in California, we rely on a robust master mutual aid system to ensure that local, state, federal, and tribal resources are all responding in support of the mission. Today, I'm here to discuss our incredibly valuable partnership with Alert California and the UC San Diego system. Obviously, I'm here representing CAL FIRE, but I'm also proud to say that all of the agencies in California have the ability to use this system, and it's very robust. Okay, so the Alert California system was created in 2001, and it was really built for geological monitoring. Fast forward more than 20 years later, this system now has more than 1,100 pan, tilt, zoom cameras that, depending on weather conditions, provide a range of view shed 50 to 75 miles in distance, which covers approximately 85% of California, which is a significant ability to see things. What's unique is these cameras are controlled by our 911 dispatch centers, emergency managers, and others, as well as the public has complete access to view all of these cameras in real time, which provides them an incredibly enhanced situational awareness, and you're routinely seeing these cameras used by the media and others to tell our story. The primary use, like I said, is enhanced situational awareness and decision-making, including the important discussion we're having today on evacuations. This was also awarded Time's Best Innovation in 2023 for its use of artificial intelligence. Will I be able to start the video, or you need to do that? Perfect, thank you. So this represents, you'll see this, the camera move, and that's essentially our 911 dispatcher moving the camera to see. This is July 24th, 2024, a Northern California alert camera. This was the start of the Park Fire. The Park Fire would later be the 4th largest fire in California's history. The fire burned more than 429,000 acres and destroyed 709 structures. To give you some context, and obviously this is a time lapse, but to give you a context at the rate of spread this fire was moving, it moved at 9,600 acres an hour for the first 24 hours, or 2.5 acres per second. So when you think about the totality and the rates of spread we're talking about, it's significant. So what does that mean? That means that we had to have, like I mentioned before, a robust master mutual aid system to get resources there very quickly. We had to have an aggressive initial attack by firefighters, coordinated evacuations by law enforcement, and a significant amount of work done prior to the fire even starting with fuels reduction and community education. But back to the cameras. This provided us the ability to augment the resources immediately based upon what our 911 dispatchers were seeing through the camera system. It also allowed us to look at the needs for current and future evacuation orders and warnings. So in 2023, Alert California began the integration of artificial intelligence within their cameras. It was to identify not necessarily smoke, but anomalies in these 1,100 cameras. The cameras provide a 360-degree view shed, which sends an alert to our 911 dispatch centers of an anomaly that the cameras have identified. These anomalies allow our 911 dispatchers to assess them and make the determination whether to augment response that's already en route. And we've seen several times now, dozens and dozens of times, where we are identifying anomalies and dispatching resources before the first 911 call is even received, which is reducing our response times and keeping fires to 10 acres or less. But this is not just a wildfire tool, it's an all hazards tool. We've used it last year in the significant flooding that Californians have seen, the atmospheric rivers, landslides, snow events, and most likely in the future, seismic events. But it's important to also note that the cameras are for environmental monitoring and not for surveillance. And so on some of the cameras, you'll see portions of them blocked out to provide privacy to homeowners where the camera system may have their home within the view shed. Alert California also provides the API to public and private agencies to promote transparency. To give you some context, in 2023, the last 6 months of 2023, CAL FIRE had about 8 million people view their website. But what we realized is we needed to continue to be better. And in 2024, end of 2023, early 2024, we really began leveraging technology within our website, integrating various platforms through our CRM. That included the Alert California systems, near real-time mapping, near real-time location of our firefighting aircraft that were overhead, the automation of evacuations, the integration of damage assessment in real time that allowed people to look and see if their home survived and provide images so they could start that process of recovery early, links to social media and other variety. What does that really mean? Well, that means that our CRM is now typically updating our website 800 to 900 times a week based upon incidents. And so we really want to know what that meant for us in terms of interest from the public. So as I mentioned before, within the last 6 months of 2023, we had 8 million people looking at our website. In the last 90 days of this year, or in 2024 currently, in the last 90 days, we've had 25 million. So that gives you some perspective of the amount of people that are paying attention to what we're doing. So I didn't know Sean was going to be using the same the graph until yesterday, but I was pleased to see he liked it as well, especially coming from Esri. So what we realized is that when we were meeting with the public in community meetings or providing information, that a 2D map system is really great for firefighters because we understand maps, but it means nothing to the public. And it's very hard to explain to them the challenges that firefighters are facing. So as Sean mentioned, this is the line fire in San Bernardino County that was approximately 43,000 acres. What we also wanted to do is not just provide a map, but provide something that's a link to the public so they can look at it from their smartphones, their iPads, but not just show a fire's perimeter, but integrate the Alert California cameras within the system so they can see that near real-time mapping. They can select a camera and they can actually see in real time smoke production, things that are happening. So as we are talking about things like evacuation orders, evacuation warnings, there's some credibility with that, and they understand that this is something that's needed, and we can the ability to show it visually is a lot more than just a 2D map. And this map, when we placed it up on our website for the first time, within the first 2 days, had about 500,000 views to it, and we've received a lot of good feedback since. So this is that same map with also showing the integration of the evacuation orders and the evacuation warnings, as well as when they're being lifted. And again, we're seeing a lot of positive feedback from that. Our partnership with Alert California and the UC San Diego system has not only been of value to fire agencies across the state, like I mentioned, but it's also been an incredibly valuable source of information to the public. Thank you. I'd now like to introduce Todd Ridley, the Science and Operations Officer for the National Weather Service.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank you all for making it to the last presentation of the last panel for today. Congratulations. First, I'd like to acknowledge that the integrated team approach to fire warnings that I'm going to discuss really is an interdisciplinary partnership, a collaboration between many National Weather Service fire meteorologists and fire analysts at Texas A&M Forest Service and Oklahoma Forestry Services, and as well as several local and state level emergency managers. So, renowned fire historian Dr. Stephen Pine says, if an agency stays only within its jurisdictional boundaries, it will fail. We must address how fire really exists and not how select sciences can handle it. To that end, the integrated warning team has been a practice of the National Weather Service for many years to facilitate critical partner engagement and to build trusted relationships between partnering agencies that form the basis of successful impact-based decision support to help other agencies make key critical decisions. It's really a collective of the weather enterprise, the broadcast media, and EMs/decision makers. However, it traditionally operates via workshops and sand table exercises. As you all know, fire is a very multifaceted, multidisciplinary natural hazard with many agencies that have responding and mitigative responsibilities. So it really provides a unique opportunity to leverage the IWT in real-time warning operations. Because the mission statements of most of our agencies, certainly the National Weather Service and many fire management agencies, intersect at the protection of life and property. A recent report to Congress by the Wildland Fire Mitigation and Management Commission stated that wildfire is no longer, if it ever was, an issue simply of land management, and that NOAA also serves a role for early warning products as well as satellite ignition identification. Recommendation number 45 in that report stated that local entities should be empowered and supported federally to utilize the best available technologies to inform evacuations. The NOAA GOES-R era of satellites has really been revolutionary for our agency's role in wildland fire. They enable National Weather Service meteorologists to detect new fires very quickly. I don't want to oversell its capabilities, but under certain conditions, meteorologists can see new fires developing or igniting about a minute after they've ignited. These highly skillful interpretations of the satellite data by meteorologists that have been manual up until this point are now being augmented and supplemented by automated technology such as the Next Generation Fire System. These technologies enable an integrated team approach to fire warnings. Fire analysts and National Weather Service meteorologists can coordinate on the pre-fire environment. And then once a National Weather Service meteorologist identifies a fire via remote sensing where the satellite-based signals are exceeding the prescription for that particular environment, they can notify the agencies that a particularly dangerous fire has been indicated. Once the agencies receive that information, the fire analyst can seek ground truth corroboration of the threat on the ground, either by on-site resources or through fire spread modeling. And if it is deemed to be an imminent threat to life and property, they can request that the National Weather Service disseminate a fire warning. So what you see here is the fire analogy of a tornado warning. Now, this may sound like a very complex and time-consuming process, but in operational practices to date in Oklahoma and Texas, the period of time from when the threat was initially identified as a potentially dangerous fire until the warning was issued has averaged 9 minutes. The warnings contain information about who the authority agency is requesting the warning, specifically calls out the hazard. A dangerous wildfire is located in such and such location. The area is impacted. And then this is a pre-evacuation message. So the messaging is be prepared to evacuate quickly if requested and follow all safety instructions from your local emergency management officials. There's also wording to hopefully trigger defensive tactics by first responders. And of course, the message is geo-targeted. IWT fire warnings, we believe, have already saved lives, and we can state that based on a comparison of the recent February 26, 27, 2024 Plains firestorm, where nearly 1.4 million acres were destroyed in the Texas Panhandle and western Oklahoma, to past similar outbreaks that burned over 1 million acres in the same geographical region. Those occurred in 2006 and 2017. The recent fires threatened 4.2 times more people, and 3.8 times more homes were at risk. Yet, if we look at the median fatality rate from those past outbreaks, we see a 2 orders magnitude reduction in the fatality rate with the recent fires. Now, it's hard to prove a negative, and there are many complex variables, right, that go into life-saving actions. But if we took that 1.2% fatality rate from the past events and then applied them to the most recent one in 2024, we might expect that upwards of 63 souls could have been lost. In reality, we lost 2. Again, because these fires, we did utilize the IWT fire warning concept. So some accomplishments and gaps. The IWT fire warning might be a blueprint for an interdisciplinary approach to geo-targeted fire scale warnings in the future. Initial demonstrations have occurred in Texas and Oklahoma the last 3 years, and they serve a dual purpose with preconditioning of the public, notifying them that there is a risk and that they should be prepared to leave if requested to do so. But it also provides science-based guidance for evacuation decisions by local officials. We do not yet have all the answers, and we are seeking answers to many questions. So it was evaluated, this concept was evaluated at NOAA's fire weather test bed in just past June, and a formal report is expected shortly after the first of the year. Now, the IWT fire warning paradigm is not yet available elsewhere in the country. We continue to have significant gaps, including we need gridded fuels guidance. We also need to establish IWT partnerships between fire analysts and meteorologists that are highly functioning. And we need additional scientific vetting along with those fire analysts and meteorologists need to be sufficiently trained to implement this paradigm. Another major limitation is that currently the National Weather Service cannot activate the wireless emergency alerts for fire warnings. So that's a problem we're working to rectify. So with that, I would like to thank you for your attention. Thanks.
Well, that was incredible. And I told you the last 2 panels this afternoon, I want to thank all of you because the collaboration, our public, private, and across the federal family, we are really, really grateful for the expertise. And you can see how this evacuation issue starts to unfold. So really grateful. We're going to wrap up, and we're on time. Can you believe it? Right? The first 2 years, we've run a little late, but we were getting our legs under us. And I just want to say that it has been an incredible day. I do want to note, all of you were given a report this morning. This is the 2024 report, which is a result of all the work groups and what they've been doing since the summit last year. This report is vital because it tells you not only the accomplishments that have been made this year, but where do we still have gaps? So this becomes our reference as we bring together some about 70 people tomorrow by invitation who will sit together with this report and how we look forward to 2025. What's our strategy? We've had 10 different strategic goals this year. All are reported out here. How many do we need next year? Where are the gaps, and what do we do as we stand together for 2025. So please make sure you look at this report. I would like the work groups to stand just for a moment, just to be recognized. The work group leaders and our work group participants, if you're in the room, please stand to be recognized. When we say it is fire service one voice, we mean it. It is a whole of the fire service participation. You know, one thing that we haven't brought up a lot so far today is due to obvious circumstances with the another pending disaster likely, but it is our 50th anniversary. This is the 50th anniversary of the Fire Prevention and Control Act, which means it's the 50th anniversary of the USFA. And with that, I want you to know that in the last two summits, you all know that President Biden has joined us virtually but live for 2022 and 2023. That's the first time any president has joined a group like this since President Truman back in 1947. And it is notable. And so we are grateful. But President Biden today obviously is quite busy, as is our FEMA administrator, the secretary who was so gracious to be here this morning, and many, many others across our federal family. But President Biden wanted you to know he has sent us a signed letter. I want to read just a portion of it from the president, if you will bear with me. He says, I send my warmest greetings to all those gathered at the National Emergency Training Center for 2024 U.S. Fire Administrators Summit on Fire Prevention and Control. And as I said when I spoke to you last year, God made man and then he made a few firefighters. We know that is his custom statement. I've had the honor of knowing many firefighters throughout my life, and I know your bravery comes at a cost. As the effects of climate change worsen, local and wildland fire departments are called to fight deadlier and stronger blazes. As we have all seen in Hawaii, California, Oregon, and beyond, all too often our firefighters are exposed to toxic chemicals, not only in smoke, but also in their own protective gear, risking their health down the line. I know that being a firefighter isn't just what you do, it's who you are. The men and women who jump into action and run toward the flames when everyone else is running away are the bravest among us. And we can never fully repay you or your families for the sacrifices you make in order to keep us safe. May God bless you all, and may God protect our firefighters. Signed, Joe Biden. I want you to know that we have made a copy of President Biden's letter for each of you. And so you'll receive that from our honor guard as you depart today. You'll have a copy of the president's letter. I also want to recognize that we have two of our former fire administrators in the room. Chief Ernie Mitchell, if you'll please stand, and Chief Keith Bryant, two former fire administrators. And I believe we have a video from our colleagues at NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology. And something you may not know is that USFA was originally placed in the Department of Commerce, along with NIST, our National Institute of Standards and Technology. And so we were fire colleagues, and we are still fire colleagues through an MOU that we have with NIST. But I believe we have a video to roll from NIST on our 50th anniversary.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for inviting me to speak to you virtually today. 50 years ago this month, Congress passed the Federal Fire Prevention and Control Act of 1974. And this act was a direct response to the alarming fire findings of the 1973 America Burning Report, which revealed that among industrialized nations, the U.S. had the highest per capita death and property loss from fire. Where America Burning was a wake-up call, the Federal Fire Prevention and Control Act was a call to action for the public and the government, including my organization, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, as well as what we know today as the United States Fire Administration, to come together to tackle gaps in science and technology and save lives and protect communities. Now, over the last 50 years, NIST and the United States Fire Administration, along with our partners, have worked together to advance fire research, coordinate fire event investigation, and leverage the power of data and technology for the fire community. And I am proud that today the annual loss from fire in the United States has been reduced by over half of the value in 1974. And this tremendous impact and the fact that the fire community has the best available data of any hazard in the United States is a tribute to the decades of steadfast leadership at the United States Fire Administration and the commitment of over 1 million firefighters nationwide who take the time every day to record these data. Now, as we look ahead to the next 50 years, new challenges are emerging, including the changing climate and the wildland-urban interface. These challenges mean that wildfires will threaten more people and more buildings and more infrastructure. But together, NIST and the United States Fire Administration are committed to continuing our efforts to reduce fire-related deaths and property loss. By leveraging 21st century technologies, we seek to equip our fire services with the tools they need to ensure that every firefighter who goes to work comes home safely. Now, I know that through these efforts, we will ensure that our nation continues to lead the industrialized world in protecting our citizens and their communities from fire. Thank you for your time today. Thank you, of course, for your partnership. And thank you for your commitment and your service.
Thank you. As we finish today, I do want to remind, as we are gathering, remind folks that Hurricane Milton's path, those who are there, please evacuate immediately. If you know anyone there, encourage them to evacuate immediately, and we certainly hold everyone in the path in our thoughts. I want to thank you all for joining us for the 2004 U.S. Fire Administrators, I can't even say it this afternoon, the U.S. Fire Administrators Summit. And I want you to know, I know we had several that had earlier flights today, and the weather, the hurricanes, it's just bad timing. But I want you to know that we've had over 4,000 online from over 17 nations. So, kudos. And some of those 4,000 have been in stations watching together. So the reach was far beyond just the individual viewers, because we've been getting pictures of those watching together in the station. So we are grateful. And with that, I want to encourage you until next year, let's stand together and continue to lead forward as the fire service with one voice. Thank you, everyone. We're going to celebrate our 50th over in the command post, so everyone that's here, you'll join us now. But thank you. Looking forward to 2025. Thank you. Can I have a mic? Thank you. Speakers, before you depart, we're going to do a large